Chapter 6:24. I'll give you two choices. First, die. Second, obey me. Su Yu's tone was not harsh, but in the ears of the 16th Guard, it was like a clap of thunder. Senior, I am willing to follow you from now on. A slightly quick-witted, short guard suddenly had an idea. While the others were still panicking, he took the risk to go forward alone and kowtow. When one person did so, the others followed suit. After all, their lives were their own. No one was willing to die here for no reason. All right, release your consciousness of resistance. I will plant a restriction in your souls to ensure that you will not betray me again. They had obeyed Long Jueshin yesterday, Fu Tsongshan today, and Su Yu tomorrow. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't one day obey someone else and betray Su Yu? The only way to control it was to use the best method. This. Immediately, many of the guards' expressions changed and they hesitated. Senior, I'm willing. It was the short and quick-witted guard again. He stopped resisting without hesitation. Su, you couldn't help but take another look at him. You're quite smart. What's your name? Junior Luo Xiong is fortunate enough to be able to follow Senior. I am willing to recognize Senior as my master. Even Su Yu had to admit that this lad was much more quick-witted than ordinary people. While the others were still panicking, he had already seen an opportunity and had taken the initiative to surrender. He was bold yet meticulous, and he was indeed not bad. Su Yu nodded calmly, then condensed a talisman that was a fusion of thunderbolts and souls in his palm, then sent it into Luo Xiong's soul. From start to finish, Luo Xiong's expression did not change. He was extremely calm, and there was even a trace of anticipation, with him taking the lead. Even if the people who came later were unwilling, they could only lower their heads and obediently let Su Yu plant the great thunder heart technique in them. With a single thought, Su Yu could control their life and death. Luo Xiong, from now on, you will be their captain, and you will lead them, Su Yu said. Luo Xiong was happy. Sure enough, it was good to be the first to surrender. In the future, when they followed this unfathomable young man, the one who would benefit the most would be him. Hearing this, the other 15 guards exchanged glances and stared at Luo Xiong's back with slight dissatisfaction. How sharp was Su Yu? If you have anything to say, you'd better say it now. In the future, if there are rumors of internal strife, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, the 15 guards kept quiet out of fear and lowered their heads, not daring to look Su Yu in the eye. One of them, who had a tall stature, had a more vigorous aura than the others. This was due to the pure spiritual energy in his body. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he advanced to the 3 crystals, half-fairy realm. Master, I am Li Cheng, the vice-captain of the Annihilation Team. I have experience in leading teams, so I might be better at leading teams. To put it bluntly, it was just that they could not bear to see Luo Xiong gain power. Before this, Luo Xiong could only be considered a mediocre member of the group. He had never been put in an important position. Now that he had flattered the other party and obtained the position of captain, no one was willing to accept him. Deputy captain? Well, then you can continue being the deputy captain, Su Yu said calmly. Li Cheng was a little unconvinced. He gathered his courage and said, Master, I'm stronger than Luo Xiong. Luo Xiong, who was kneeling on the ground, could not help feeling awkward. Indeed, it was difficult for him to convince everyone with his strength. Yes, it won't be long now. Su Yu took a golden fruit from the 9 jade spiritual pearl and threw it into Luo Xiong's bosom. Eat it when you have time to purify your spiritual energy. It's good for you, Su Yu said calmly. Luo Xiong was caught off guard, and he hurriedly caught the golden fruit. He stared at the fruit in his palm, not knowing what it was. While Su Yu was smiling bitterly, Li Cheng, who was behind him, sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, "The Bodhi divine fruit? Hiss! This holy fruit was the best holy item for purifying spiritual energy in the Jinlong continent. Many people yearned for this purifying holy fruit. It was rumored that when one consumed it for the first time, the spiritual crystal would be purified to its peak. Consuming one was equivalent to having a 100% chance of condensing a vital energy crystal. However, this fruit became extinct thousands of years ago, and it has never appeared on the continent again. The Bodhi divine fruit? The people of the Jiuzhou continent knew it as the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. After some time, the unripe fruits on the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate had already ripened. This is the Bodhi divine fruit? Luo Xiong's lips were trembling and his palms were trembling. The legendary Bodhi divine fruit of the continent had only been mentioned in ancient books. He had never thought that he would actually be able to obtain one. If he consumed it, it would only be a matter of time before he broke through to the 3 crystals, half fairy realm. In fact, if he successfully crystallized it, breaking through to the fairy realm would be just around the corner. Master, thank you for your kindness. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Luo Xiong was overjoyed. Under the reddened eyes of his colleagues, he happily put it away. Su Yu took in everyone's expressions, then casually took out another incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. The Bodhi divine fruit? There are many more. If you want them, it depends on your actions. There are more. There are more. Oh my God, a second Bodhi divine fruit! Thump! A series of kowtows could be heard. Master, we are willing to follow you to our deaths. The rest of the people cursed Su Yu's cunning as they bowed. The Heavenly Law Alliance would never provide them with this divine fruit. Only Su Yu, the mysterious and dazzling young man, remained. Li Cheng knelt in the crowd, staring at Luo Xiong's back as he gritted his teeth. Su Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the effect he had wanted. Brother Su, do you still lack subordinates? Let me help you. Gang Dalei rubbed his hands, smiling as he walked over. His eyes never left the incredible feather spiritual pomegranate. Su Yu laughed, tossing it over. Take it. I don't believe that you are lacking in treasures. Su Yu knew that Gang Dalei had obtained a drop of real dragon's blood from an unknown relic. It was still in Su Yu's space ring. He probably had many treasures on him. Gang Dalei knew what Su Yu meant. He sighed with a dark expression. Do you think that I am like you, roaming around and searching for treasures? In order to help my old man find the treasure to exchange for the thunder herb, I squatted in that desolate place for a month and a half. I did not even manage to find a single strand of hair. I am not even as good as Qin Yushan, who stayed at the 7th level to pick herbs. Hearing this, Su Yu smacked his lips. Gang Dalei was quite pitiful. Where is mine? A soft and weak voice could be heard. A snow-white hand stretched out in front of Su Yu. Zi Yunxiang pretended to be coquettish, but when the time came, she was abnormally shy. Her coquettish behavior did not work, and she blushed. Her bashful behavior made it even more interesting. Su Yu smiled. Yes, of course I can't do without you. He took out a fruit and stuffed it into her palm. Seeing her surprised expression, Su Yu felt satisfied. Then, Su Yu gave Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhao one each. Seniors, after you consume it, it will be of some use to you. There is no need to reject it. The 2 of them were too old, and their ability to absorb the medicinal power of such a purified fruit was far inferior to that of the younger generation. It could be said that giving it to them was a complete waste. Seeing Su Yu extravagantly toss out 3, the guards' hearts bled. It was as if Su Yu was cutting their flesh. They were extremely anxious. Who knew how many more Su Yu had? If he tossed them all out before they had accomplished anything, who would they cry to? Don't call me seniors anymore. On the path of martial arts, those who have reached the peak are the most important. Don't make fun of us. Lin Yunha smiled bitterly. However, I will accept this fruit. although it is of no use to me. I can give it to a junior who is pleasing to the eye. Gang Daliai's nose twitched. Master Lin, do you like me? Lin Yinhe was amused. You little brat. You already have one. Yet you are still thinking about me. Gang Daliai laughed and replied, You can't have too many treasures. All right, let's not waste any more time. I need to return to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Su Yu instructed, Luo Xiong, take 5 people with you and escort them to this place to meet up with the undead Phoenix Master. This is a communication jade pendant. I will contact you later. As he spoke, Su Yu threw a communication jade pendant to him. The undead Phoenix Master? Zidonglai and the others were all surprised. Why was the undead Phoenix Master outside the worship? After thinking about it carefully, they understood. Su Yu had asked the undead Phoenix Master to move Elder Jiu and Lord Yu away in advance. If that was the case, Su Yu had already detected that something big was about to happen, and he was preparing for it in advance. Zidonglai's heart shuddered. What a meticulous plan! He suddenly felt sorry for Fu Tsongshan. It was truly a tragedy to go against such a terrifying person. Just the thought of becoming enemies with someone like Su Yu made him shudder with fear. Li Cheng, the 10 of you will follow me back to the Heavenly Law Alliance, Su Yu instructed. Li Cheng was overjoyed when he heard this. This was the time to make a contribution. On the other hand, Luo Xiong was slightly worried. He was worried that Li Cheng would steal the limelight. Protecting them is more important than any contribution. They are the most important people to me, Su Yu said without turning his head. It seemed like he could see through Luo Xiong's thoughts. After he spoke, he led the 10 great guards and flew back to the Heavenly Law Alliance. When they landed at the bottom of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Li Cheng said apologetically, Master, he asked me to contact and activate the formation. Su Yu squinted his eyes as he looked at the bottom of the warship. Master, the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship is extremely sturdy, as it is a legendary semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. Only by activating the formation from within can one enter it. External forces cannot break through it, Li Cheng, who was eager to make a contribution, explained. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said meaningfully, Is that so? I feel that it is better to take an unconventional path. Sizzle. Li Cheng felt his vision blur, as if a red object had appeared in Su Yu's palm. Immediately after, a ball of terrifying raging flames turned into a tongue of flame, which shot up 1,000 feet into the sky. The area where the formation was located had been directly burned through. Many miserable cries could be heard coming from the hidden places in the surroundings. There were many soldiers lying in ambush at the transportation portal. Their numbers were so great that it was not an ordinary defense. Since such a long time had passed, they must have already made preparations. Once they entered the transportation portal, they would kill them without mercy. Li Cheng broke out in a cold sweat. If they had really passed through the transportation portal just now, wouldn't they have been killed by the swords? However, what shocked him even more was that Su Yu had actually managed to break through the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship. Is this the fighting power of the fairy realm? Just what was the limit of this excessively valiant youth's strength? Chapter 6:25. Li Cheng's eyes shone with a sharp light. Brothers, open a path for our master. As he shouted angrily, the other 9 guards became extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all filled with fighting spirit, but they only looked at Su Yu out of the corner of their eyes. Open a path for our master. The 9 guards shouted in unison, then turned into afterimages as they charged toward the warship. Swoosh! The Heavenly Law Alliance's strongest team, the Annihilation Team, had an imposing aura. The 10-2 crystals half-fairy realm experts' battle prowess was equivalent to 1/3 of the Heavenly Law Alliance's battle prowess. How could the ordinary members of the Heavenly Law Alliance resist such a powerful team? The people lying in ambush who had not been injured by the flames were immediately crushed by the Annihilation Team. Those who surrender will not be killed, and those who resist will not be spared. Li Cheng swept away 2 One Crystals half-fairy realm experts, who were trying to block the opening, and sent them crashing into the wall. He was like a ferocious tiger as he stood in the air, coldly looking at his former comrades. The pressure of a 2 Crystals half-fairy realm expert, as well as the Annihilation Team's prestige, caused the remaining people lying in ambush to be restrained, not daring to move. The Annihilation Team was the cornerstone of the Heavenly Law Alliance, and it was the symbol of their strength. Who wouldn't be afraid of facing them head-on? Swoosh! 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 The other 9 guards followed closely behind. They occupied 9 different directions to ensure their safety. Annihilation Team? Deputy Captain Li, why are you here? The leader of the ambush team was dumbfounded when he saw the ferocious enemies. They had thought that such a terrifying destructive power was an invasion from an otherworldly expert. But it turned out that it was actually one of their own. Li Cheng ignored him, his expression solemn as he and the other 9 guards surrounded the opening, then knelt down on one knee and said, "Welcome, Master!" They shouted in unison, loud and clear. With deep respect, all of it was integrated into these 4 words. Under their silent and respectful welcome, under the incomprehensible gazes of the ambushers, a young man with long silver hair rose straight up with his hands behind his back, stepping on a watery cloud. The moment he flew up, the Annihilation Team did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were all extremely solemn and respectful. As his feet touched the ground, Su Yu looked around at the injured ambushers around him. The flame that soared into the sky just now did not kill anyone, but many of them were injured. They should be thanking Su Yu, as he still had some respect for the Heavenly Law Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just suffered injuries, but would have all been turned into ashes. If you don't want to die, then just stand here. What happens next has nothing to do with ordinary people like you, Su Yu said as he took a step forward. Li Cheng's figure flashed, and he stood guard on both sides. He scolded in a low voice, "Those who obstruct us die!" The Annihilation Team had 10 people's powerful auras. No one in the entire Heavenly Law Union would dare to stop them, much less them. Seeing them enter the depths of the Heavenly Law Alliance as if there was no one there, the ambushers felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. "Captain Liu, what happened? Why does our Heavenly Law Union's Annihilation Team respect him as their master?" asked the leader. He stared blankly at them as they left, then absent-mindedly shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that the Heavenly Law Alliance is going to change." In his opinion, that youth was more terrifying than anyone else. The main hall was packed with people. Many elders had been summoned, and there were even many soldiers guarding the main hall. Fu Tsongshan's expression was gloomy, while Fu Hongxue, who was standing behind him, wore an anxious look on his face. "Elder Fu, why did you summon us again after such a short time?" Old Qin was slightly unhappy. He still couldn't get over Long Juexin's fate. The rest of the elders all agreed with him. They had just been dismissed for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea before they were summoned back to the main hall. Fu Tsongshan said in a deep voice, "Everyone, our Heavenly Law Alliance is in danger." His deep voice and grave expression made many of the elders feel that something was amiss, so they all gradually quietened down. "Elder Fu, if you have something to say, just say it. The Heavenly Law Alliance doesn't have a leader now, so we need everyone to work together," Old Qin said. Hearing this, Fu Tsongshan was a little unhappy. This Elder Qin still didn't seem to have any intention of accepting him as the Alliance master candidate. Boom! Right at that moment, the ground started shaking intensely. All of the elders were shocked, and they hurriedly tried to steady themselves. What happened? "The battleship is shaking." Old Qin was shocked, as this was something that had never happened before. At that moment, 2 guards, who were dressed in yellow uniforms, hurriedly ran over. "Elder Fu, something bad has happened." The battleship has been destroyed, and the ambushing team has almost all been injured." Hearing this, Old Chin and the others were shocked. The 2 guards' uniforms were enough to show their identities, as they were in charge of monitoring the Heavenly Law Alliance. Once the Heavenly Law Alliance's hidden guards discovered an emergency, they would immediately inform them, so that they could monitor the situation in every corner of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Ambushing team? Ambushing who? Who destroyed the team? Old Chin asked anxiously. The inexplicable shaking just now was no small matter, as it had even destroyed the battleship. This was an extremely serious matter. The guard in yellow did not dare to answer him, so he turned to look at Fu Tsongshan. It was Su Yu. Fu Tsongshan said in a deep voice. What? All of the elders were shocked once again. Wasn't Su Yu secretly executed by Alliance Master Long? Now you are telling me that it was Su Yu? Fu Tsongshan, what kind of trick are you playing? Old Chin spoke bluntly. Fu Tsongshan suppressed his anger and said, Everyone, there is something you don't know. I just interrogated Alliance Master Long, and I found out that the 5 charred corpses belonged to his 5 trusted guards. The real Su Yu and the others had already been secretly released by him. This is Long Jueshin's trick. I had already discovered that Su Yu and the others were colluding with the other worldly invaders. Just as I was about to take action, Long Jueshin discovered them and captured them before secretly releasing them. He managed to achieve his goal of saving their lives. Now, Su Yu has led the other worldly invaders back. Hearing this, many of the elders were still skeptical. They had never heard of Alliance Master Long colluding with the other worldly invaders' spies. However, as they recalled Alliance Master Long's mental state, they had no choice but to believe it. Only Old Chin and the others still had their doubts. No matter what, now that the other worldly invaders have come, we must first expel them. Anyone who dares to invade our Heavenly Law Alliance must be killed. Fu Tsongshan slapped the table and shouted loudly, Elders, please fight with me and expel the invaders. We must protect the human race's last fortress. Creak. The meeting hall's door was pushed open, emitting a creaking sound. Some of the elders at the back couldn't help but furrow their brows. Who dares to be so rude? We are in the middle of a discussion. However, their voices stopped abruptly. The reason for that was because it was actually an annihilation team that had entered in a single file. Their leader was none other than Li Cheng. Such a commotion caused many of the elders to turn their heads to look. Old Chin furrowed his brows. Li Cheng, aren't you supposed to be at your post? What are you doing here? Did any of the elders summon you? Li Cheng turned a deaf ear to him, as he and the annihilation team lined up neatly at the door. Their heads were lowered, and their expressions were respectful. It was as if they were welcoming an important person. All of the elders were very familiar with such a scene. This was a scene that only the Alliance Master could enjoy. It's impossible. Could Alliance Master Long have come out? Old Chin and the other elders were shocked. Fu Tsongshan and Fu Hongxue were also startled. What is going on? Why are Li Cheng and the others still alive? It's fine if they are alive, but why has Long Jueshin come out? As the crowd watched in bewilderment, a young man strode into the hall. He had a slim figure, was wearing plain black clothes, and had long silver hair that flowed down like a waterfall. He also had a face that was as handsome as a celestial being from a painting. Su Yu, it's you. Many of the elders couldn't believe what they were seeing. The annihilation team was under the direct control of the Alliance Master, so they were only loyal to him. So what was going on? We meet again, elders. Su Yu chuckled. The only difference was that he had been taken away by the annihilation team as a prisoner, but now he had returned as the leader of the annihilation team. The difference between the two was simply unacceptable. Li Cheng, what are you doing? How can you lower your head to a lad? Old Zhang, who didn't know what was going on, angrily shouted at Li Cheng. He couldn't understand why Li Cheng was acting so preposterously. Li Cheng stood there quietly, not uttering a single word. He just lowered his head in front of Suyu. "Guards, drag this lad out." Old Zhang had a premonition that the situation was far from good. How did this lad manage to barge in? Was he really slandered by Fu Songshan? Did he collude with the otherworldly experts? Did the otherworldly experts break through the warship and enter? Su Yu said calmly, "This person is very noisy. Drag him out and kill him." He had helped the evildoer, and he had even helped Fu Hongxue. He wanted to do such a heartless thing to Zi Yinxiang. Leaving such a scum in the Heavenly Law Alliance would only bring shame to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Annihilation Team, don't move. Many of the elders were furious. Since when did the Heavenly Law Alliance's Annihilation Team allow an outsider to command them? Moreover, he even dared to kill an elder in front of them. However, Li Qing acted as if he didn't hear them, and after giving them a look, the two crystals half-fairy realm experts behind him turned into afterimages as they flew out. Such a scene infuriated the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders. Annihilation Team, are you trying to rebel? In fact, they had started obeying Long Juexin, and now they were secretly obeying Fu Songshan. Li Cheng didn't care about any of them, and he just looked at the elders coldly. "I'm sorry, but the Annihilation Team is carrying out official duties. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be punished according to the law." His domineering threat made the elders laugh in anger. It was obvious that the Annihilation Team was rebelling, yet he still dared to use the Heavenly Law Alliance's laws to suppress them. "Let's see which of you can take him down." Several elders from Fu Songshan's faction immediately attacked the two Annihilation Team members. For a moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. Old Zhang, who had noticed that the situation was far from good, quickly retreated into the depths of the crowd. Li Cheng's expression became gloomy. This was the best time for him to show off in front of Suyu. If he couldn't take down old Zhang, and even let him escape, how would Suyu look at him? Chapter 6, 26. At the same time, two screams could be heard. The two elders of the Annihilation Team screamed as their chests were sliced open, and they died on the spot. He had killed two people of the same level as him with a single sword strike. Although he had attacked suddenly and caught them off guard, it was clear that his abilities were above that of an ordinary two crystals half-fairy. This sword strike had frightened the elders who had rushed over, and they all gasped in shock. They had really dared to kill him. Seizing the opportunity, two Annihilation Team members flew over and dragged old Zhang, who was slithering into the crowd like a mudfish, out of the hall. Along the way, old Zhang was screaming in fear, begging for mercy, cursing, and pleading. However, everything was interrupted by a dull thud. Not long after, an Annihilation Team member held a bloody head in one hand and bowed to report, "Master, we have beheaded him. Please take a look." Suyu glanced at old Zhang's head, who had died with his eyes wide open, and nodded slightly. "All right, throw it away." Then the Annihilation Team casually tossed the head onto the ground, as if it was a piece of trash. The bloody head rolled all over the ground, and wherever it rolled to, the elders would avoid it in fear. It was too cruel. With just a few words, he was able to send someone to their death. Old Chen asked in a low voice, "Suyu, did you really collude with the otherworldly experts to kill the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance?" Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, and his gaze passed through them, including Fu Songshan, and landed on Fu Hongxue. "Since you think that whatever Fu Songshan says is true, why are you still asking me?" Old Chin was deep in thought. What does Suyu mean? Suyu, why did you collude with the otherworldly experts to barge in? Fu Songshan knew very well that he wanted to kill Suyu, so it would be strange if Suyu did not seek revenge. However, unexpectedly, Suyu's eyes were filled with a cold glint. You should ask your precious grandson about this first. As for you wanting to kill the 5 of us and silence us, that's secondary. I came back this time mainly for your grandson, Fu Hongxue. What? He came here just to find Fu Hongxue? What did he do to incur the wrath of the heavens? Fu Tsangshan was stunned. How could he not know his grandson's character? Hong Shui, what did you do? Why don't you confess? Fu Tsangshan snorted coldly. Fu Hongshue's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare look Su Yu in the eye. I only offended him unintentionally. I have never offended him. Fu Hongxue evaded. At this moment, Li Cheng sneered. If you don't dare to say it, then let me say it. It's not a secret anyway. It's just that everyone is afraid of Fu Tsangshan, so they don't dare to say anything. He faked Fu Tsangshan's decree and transferred the undead phoenix master away. He then tried to take advantage of the unconscious Lord Yu in her room. Luckily, Master and Gang Dalei discovered this and had no choice but to give up. After that, he went to the heavenly prison and tried to do something immoral to Miss Zi Yinxiang. Fortunately, Alliance Master Long arrived in time. After that, when he led us to ambush Housemaster Zi and the others, he was utterly devoid of conscience and wanted to kill him. His actions can be hidden from a group of elders like you, but they can't be hidden from us, the annihilation team that works in secret. Hearing this, many of the elders were secretly angry and didn't suspect anything. They knew what kind of person Fu Hongxue was, but they didn't expect him to be so daring as to do such a despicable thing as giving a fake decree and trying to humiliate Lord Yu. As for the matter with Zi Yinxiang, it was no surprise. Master came back to get rid of this evil creature for the Heavenly Law Alliance. From what I know, there are more than 1 or 2 women who have been violated in the Heavenly Law Alliance, and there are even more who don't know about it. Everyone has the right to punish such a person. Li Cheng was a guard, so he had secretly reported this to Long Juexin. However, due to the circumstances, Long Juexin could only pretend that he didn't know about it and endured it. Now that Su Yu had come back to get even with Fu Hongxue, Li Cheng was extremely pleased. Although he was a fence-sitter, he had his own bottom line. Fu Hongxue had crossed that bottom line, and he was the type of person that he hated the most. That was why he had volunteered to expose Fu Hongxue. Humph. Nonsense. It is difficult to prove that my grandson is such a person based on your words alone, Fu Tsangshan said. Such a statement is difficult to convince the masses. Li Qing fell silent and didn't say anything else. He who wants to convince the masses. I want his life because I want it, and it has nothing to do with whether the others believe me or not, Su Yu said calmly as he took a step forward. The conversation had ended there, and it was obvious that it had fallen through. Elders, everyone, let's work together and suppress this kid first. I will definitely give everyone an explanation for my grandson's matter after this. Fu Tsangshan was trying to stall for time. Most of the elders didn't move, as Li Cheng didn't seem to be lying. Fu Tsangshan's intention to protect him was too obvious. They were all people who cherished their own reputation. So how could they allow such a disgusting junior to tarnish their reputation? The crowd didn't surround them, but instead slowly moved to the sides, creating a path for the grandfather-grandson pair. Only Fu Tsangshan's people remained. At this critical juncture, if Fu Tsangshan fell, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Hence, they had no choice but to attack together. Capture the leader first, and kill Su Yu first. With a loud roar, more than 10 elders rushed out from the crowd from all directions, all of them attacking Su Yu together. Li Cheng's expression turned serious. Formation! Creak! The 10 Annihilation Team members surrounded Su Yu, trapping him in the middle and protecting him tightly. A great battle was about to break out. The Annihilation Team's combat power was not weak, and they could take charge of an area by themselves. However, their opponents had more people, and at the same time they were all old and experienced, so their combat power was shocking. After resisting for a short while, a hole was torn open in the defensive circle. The situation for Su Yu and the others immediately changed. Right at this moment, a few figures flashed in the crowd, and a few more figures appeared, all of them attacking Su Yu together. They also belonged to Fu Tsongshan's camp, but when they saw that the situation wasn't good, they didn't attack. Now that they saw an opportunity, they jumped out. Their participation caused the defensive circle to collapse immediately. Numerous figures tore open a hole in the defensive circle and started fighting with the Annihilation team. The situation became clear in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! 8 figures joined the camp at the same time, surrounding Suyu and the others. Seeing this, Fu Tsongshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief, as the situation seemed to have stabilized. However, Suyu, who was standing in the middle of the encirclement, finally put down his hands, which were behind his back, and looked around coldly. Those who should have come out, right? I guess this counts as me cleaning up the traitors for Alliance Masterlong, right? With a swish, a spiritual ruler appeared in Suyu's palm, which was glowing with a green light. Holding the spiritual ruler, Suyu did not even turn his head as he casually slapped the right side of his body. Slap! A sound like a watermelon being smashed could be heard. What caused the surrounding attackers to gasp was that one of the elders who had tried to sneak attack Suyu had his head smashed by Suyu's ruler, and he was dead. Blood splattered on Suyu's black robe and also on his cheeks, making his handsome face look extremely evil. Slap! Slap! While the crowd was still in shock, Suyu's figure blurred and disappeared, followed by 4 muffled sounds. The 4 elders who had surrounded him had their heads smashed by Suyu's palm. There were many people present, but none of them had seen how Suyu had attacked. By the time they heard the smashing sound, Suyu had already stopped. Slap! Slap! While they were still in shock, Suyu's figure had already been smashed into pieces. It was an afterimage, and his real body had already attacked. Everyone's hair stood on end. Whether it was Old Chin and the others who had not attacked, or the surrounding attackers, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Is that really a human being? Not all of the elders present were vital energy crystal half-fairies, but there were a few 2 crystals half-fairies. However, Suyu, regardless of their cultivation, had been smashed to death by a ruler. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he was smashing watermelons, killing one with each smack. Such a horrifying technique was suffocating. Ah, I quit. One of the elders who had surrounded Suyu screamed as he ran away, as if he had seen a ghost. All of the elders who had surrounded Suyu were terrified. They had thought that they were working together to kill a wolf. But only after they had arrived did they realize that it was actually a tiger in wolf skin. With one of them fleeing, how could the rest of them still have any fighting spirit left? In a panic, many of the elders began to flee. Humph! Since you have chosen to attack, you must pay the price. 3 rays of golden light flew out from Suyu's sleeves. 5 or 6 screams could be heard. They had not run far, but their lives were easily taken. During the battle, no, when the massacre stopped, everyone's beating hearts couldn't calm down even after a long time. In the dead silence, blood covered the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the hall. This was the bloodiest day in the history of the Heavenly Law Alliance. More than half of the elders had been slaughtered. The executioner was a silver-haired young man who was standing in a pool of blood. At this moment, no one was able to utter a single word. Facing Suyu now, they felt as if they were facing a giant beast. The suffocating pressure made them gasp for breath. Suyu flicked his sleeves to get rid of the blood on his body. He was calm and did not feel that killing so many people was against the heavens. Ever since he had trained in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, Suyu's temperament had become much colder. His gaze once again landed on Fu Hongxue. You shouldn't have tried to kill that person. Fu Hongxue staggered backward. As he looked at Suyu, he felt as if he was looking at a monster. His heart was filled with regret. If there had been a chance, he would never have tried to kill Lord Yu and Zi Yinxiang. Fu Tsongshan spat fiercely as he sat on the Alliance Master seat, not daring to move. However, Suyu had not forgotten about him. He said calmly, Fu Tsongshan, as an elder of the Heavenly Law Alliance, how should you punish someone who has committed crimes? Fu Tsangshan's heart was beating wildly, but he forced himself to calm down. Kill him. Then, why are you still hesitating? Su Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. Fu Tsangshan's whole body turned cold when he saw this. He actually wants me to kill my grandson with my own hands. However, even though Fu Tsangshan's heart was filled with pain and reluctance, for the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Hongxue, don't blame me. You have violated the law, and as an elder, I can only punish you according to the law. Fu Tsangshan's eyes shone coldly as he suppressed his grief. Fu Hongxue was shocked and angry. You want to kill me? It was obviously you who ordered me to do so. You wanted to seize the Alliance Master's position, so you asked me to plot against Long Juexin secretly. You are the one who has committed the most heinous crime, and you are the one who deserves to die. I don't deserve to die. Fu Hongxue, who had been spoiled, had already developed a selfish personality. How could he sacrifice himself for others at such a critical moment? Hearing this, the elders were in an uproar. Long Juexin was framed? How did he frame him? Fu Tsangshan's face turned gloomy. Damn you, evil creature! You are about to die, yet you still don't understand? I have no choice but to kill you. With a miserable shriek, Fu Hongxue was killed in a pool of blood by his grandfather, who had doted on him the most. Fu Hongxue had caused so much trouble because of his grandfather's protection. Ironically, he had died because of his grandfather's betrayal. It was ironic that he had died because of his grandfather's betrayal. Everyone, the main culprit has been executed. I will reflect on this matter deeply. Fu Tsangshan bowed to the people present. However, before he could finish his sentence, he could not continue. This was because a small golden sword had pierced through his chest. You. Fu Tsangshan's eyes dimmed and he fainted. The last words he heard were Su Yu's soft sigh as he played with the small golden sword. You are right. The main culprit has been executed. Reflect on your actions in the afterlife. However, reflect on your actions in the afterlife. One of the Fu family's grandfather and his grandson had been forced to death by Su Yu, while the other had died by his own hands. Such an ending caused the remaining elders to sigh. Many of the elders who had been slaughtered had died because of a momentary lapse in judgment. This was especially true for the group who had jumped out at the last moment. If they had been able to suppress their greed for fame and fortune, they would not have been killed by Su Yu. Looking at the silver-haired youth standing quietly in the pool of blood, everyone could not look away. What kind of existence was he? Chapter 6:27. Su Yu swept his gaze over the remaining elders, and everyone who was swept by his gaze felt their hearts tremble. Even a 3-crystal half-fairy, the strongest expert in the Heavenly Law Alliance, had been instantly killed, let alone them, who wouldn't have their hearts in their mouths at this moment. Would Su Yu kill all of the remaining higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in a frenzied manner? At such a crucial moment, everyone looked at Old Chin and the other elders, as they regarded them as their pillars of support. Old Chun grumbled inwardly, but he could only brace himself and ask, Senior Su, the Fu family's grandfather and grandson have already been executed. May I ask why you have come to the Heavenly Law Alliance? As Su Yu looked at them, who were trembling with fear, he found it quite funny, and his killing intent dissipated. A group of old people, all of whom were over 50 years old, had called him a senior, which was quite strange. Old Chin, you don't need to worry too much. I won't kill the innocent, Su Yu said calmly. These words seemed to have a miraculous and special power that allowed them to finally relax, even though their hearts were tightly clenched. However, Su Yu's gaze turned ice-cold. However, I don't care how many of Fu Tsangshan's remaining members you have. You are lucky that you didn't come out, but this is your last good luck. A few of the people who were swept by Su Yu's gaze felt weak, as they hadn't been able to react in time and hadn't attacked Suyu yet. Old Chin heaved a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Suyu asked, "How is Alliance Master Long?" He didn't ask anyone, but in everyone's ears he seemed to be asking each and every one of them, as if he was a conqueror looking down on them. His invisible aura was more oppressive and frightening than any of the previous Heavenly Law Alliance Masters. Old Chin and the others felt ashamed. The Fu family's grandfather and grandson's last words had made them realize that they might have wronged Alliance Master Long. Now, how could they have the face to reply? "Master, Alliance Master Long is—" Seeing that no one was replying, Li Cheng spoke up. However, before he could finish, Suyu interrupted him. "Let them speak." He was letting the elders speak. The more Suyu acted this way, the more ashamed they felt. "What? Are you all speechless?" Suyu looked around at them and said, "You are all seniors, and there are some things that shouldn't be said by a junior like me. However, what do you think of your performance in handling this matter? In such a chaotic world, the enemy is right in front of you, but the highest commander is easily impeached. Have you ever thought, if the enemy attacks now, who will lead the resistance without a leader? It is a great taboo to change the commander before a battle. Yet such a preposterous thing actually happened in the Heavenly Law Alliance." Suyu said bluntly, the Jinlong continent had been peaceful for too long, and there were very few disturbances. The Heavenly Law Alliance was neutral and had never fought with any factions. The elders in the alliance were used to a leisurely life. That was why there was such a taboo of changing the commander before a battle. Suyu's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Old Chin and the others speechless. What Suyu had said was indeed reasonable. At that time they had been influenced by Fu Tsangshan and his accomplices, so they hadn't given it much thought. "Aren't your words a bit too much?" However, most of the elders could not bear to hear such harsh words. A red-bearded elder, who had an unruly personality, couldn't hold back his words and retorted in front of everyone. Li Cheng's face was filled with killing intent as he looked at Suyu with disdain. This red-bearded elder didn't even dare to let out a fart when Suyu was going on a killing spree. Now that he realized that Suyu wasn't someone who would kill the innocent, he decided to take advantage of him. "Elder Xiao Sui, watch your words. How can you speak to your master like that?" Li Cheng held the hilt of his sword at his waist. Suyu glanced at the red-bearded elder and shook his head inwardly. The scariest people weren't people like Fu Tsangshan, who fought for fame and power. Instead, it was people like Xiao Sui, who didn't know his own limits and didn't have any standpoint. Fu Tsangshan had only created a conflict between the higher-ups, but someone like Xiao Sui, who was so arrogant, could cause the Heavenly Law Alliance's destruction in such a chaotic world. Such carelessness and stubbornness would cause them to suffer greatly sooner or later. Suyu then looked at the other elders. Although their expressions didn't change, the displeasure in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Apart from Old Chin and a few other elders, who could still hear Suyu's words, the rest of the elders all had disapproving expressions. Suyu was only disappointed in them. "Fine, let them be. That's all I have to say. All you need to know is that the Heavenly Law Alliance doesn't belong to just a few of you. Instead, it belongs to the many outstanding youths of the human race. It's the future of the human race, so it's best to be cautious." Suyu waved his hand, signaling for Li Cheng to put away his sword. Xiao Sui then said proudly, "Supporting the human race is our Heavenly Law Alliance's tradition. I don't need you to teach us that." Suyu didn't bother to respond to such a stubborn person. Old Chin glanced at Xiao Sui and sighed silently. Xiao Sui was also a senior doyen, but he had always been a loner. How could Old Chin not know about his character? On the surface, it seemed like he dared to speak and wasn't afraid of Suyu's power. But in reality, he only bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was only because he knew that Suyu wouldn't kill him and that Suyu was a righteous person that he could refute without fear. If it was the Suyu who had just killed so many people, he probably wouldn't have dared to refute him. Everyone, please don't speak anymore. I have failed the Alliance Master, so I will go and welcome him personally. Old Chin couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he exchanged a few glances with the people around him, then left with an ashamed look on his face. With him taking the lead, the other elders naturally wouldn't fall behind. Even if they had to put on an act, they would still welcome the Alliance Master's return together. In the twinkling of an eye, only Su Yu and a few others were left. Master, Xiao Sui used you to gain attention. He's really hateful. Master, if you let him off just like that, you will only make them more arrogant. Li Cheng stared at Xiao Sui's back, clearly dissatisfied. He knew that he wasn't a good person, but he also couldn't stand people like Xiao Sui. Su Yu seemed evil, but he was actually a righteous person. So he had become a tool that some people could use against him. Let them be. We have already reminded them of what we should. Su Yu didn't care about it. After all, he had seen many things, and such a small matter wouldn't affect him. Understood. Li Qing bowed and retreated. As he looked at Su Yu's back, he felt that something was amiss. Su Yu was obviously a youth, but he had such an arrogant demeanor. If such a matter had happened to an ordinary person, even if they didn't get angry, they would at least hold a grudge. However, Su Yu was calm and had an extraordinary demeanor. I just don't know if it's his true demeanor or if it's just an act. Li Cheng secretly guessed. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Su Yu was just trying to create a good image. Elder Xiao, I was really worried for you just now. You actually dared to speak to Su Yu like that. On the way to welcome the Alliance Master, a group of elders who had a good relationship with Xiao Sui had a smile of admiration on their faces. Although they could also tell that Su Yu wasn't an evil person, who could be sure that he wouldn't kill the person who contradicted him just because he was displeased. Xiao Sui coldly snorted. What is there to be afraid of? Not to mention that he's just a kid, even if he's a real demon evil spirit, so what? I'll definitely say what I should say. I've crossed more bridges than he has crossed, so it's not yet time for him to teach the older generation a lesson. His words attracted many people's attention. They all admired Xiao Sui for daring to contradict Su Yu, who was a ferocious god. Elder Xiao Sui's straightforwardness is well known in the Heavenly Law Alliance. I saw that Su Yu was shocked by Elder Xiao Sui's words, but he didn't refute him at all. It's obvious that he was frightened by Elder Xiao Sui's demeanor, the red-nosed elder said with a smile. Hearing this, the elders, who had just survived a calamity, all revealed looks of approval. That's most likely the case. That ferocious god kills without batting an eyelid, but in front of Elder Xiao Sui he was rendered speechless. TSK, this matter will surely be passed down. Only Brother Xiao Sui can scare even a ferocious god. Tonight I'll be the host. Let's all gather together and get over our shock. Also, let me give Brother Xiao Sui a toast. Today, you have redeemed the dignity of the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders. The elders, who were on good terms with each other, started to make a ruckus. That's right. We must give Elder Xiao Sui a toast. More than half of our Heavenly Law Alliance's elders were killed by that kid. Even though he was so ferocious, he was still stopped by Brother Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui modestly cupped his fists at them. It's just my duty, so you don't need to make such a big fuss about it. However, we can still have a gathering tonight. How about we stay in the small pavilion that I built? Hearing this, the group of people were delighted. I heard that Elder Xiao Sui's small pavilion is a magical treasure that was refined by many different materials. It can even gather heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It's an excellent divine artifact, so it won't let anyone enter it easily. It seems like I'm going to benefit from it this time. A small pavilion? Haha, count me in as well. Tonight's banquet will surely be very lively. Hearing the ruckus behind them, Old Chin and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows, not to mention the fact that they were on their way to welcome the Alliance Master, and not to mention the fact that they were making fun of Su Yu in order to redeem their dignity. Even though the Heavenly Law Alliance was currently in chaos, They still had the mood to drink and have fun? Suyu was right. Some of them had gotten used to a comfortable life, and their sense of danger had already been erased. A slight sense of danger welled up in their hearts. Sue, you had probably just mentioned the Heavenly Law Alliance's greatest crisis. It wasn't that they weren't powerful enough, but that their hearts weren't righteous. Outside Long Jueshin's house, Long Jueshin was startled when he saw the many elders. Did Fu Tsangshan come up with another plot to kill him? However, he didn't sense any killing intent from them, so he became slightly vigilant. Sirs, aren't you giving me a hard time by coming to see me together? Sensing the mockery in Zhang Xian's words, Old Qin felt too ashamed to show his face. May I be so bold as to ask the Alliance Head to clear up our doubts? Alliance Head, please explain to us what happened on the execution platform. Long Jueshin raised his brows. He could faintly sense that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Could it be that Old Qin and the others had come to ask him about the truth? Regardless of whether it was Fu Tsangshan's plot or not, it wouldn't be a bad thing for one more person to know the truth. Thus he explained in detail how he had been forced to release Suyu, only to fall into his trap in the end. Chapter 6:28. A group of elders rushed forward, opened the sealed door, and let Long Jueshin out. Long Jueshin was extremely confused. It had only been 4 hours, so why had such a drastic change happened to them? Long Jueshin smelled a bloody aura from their bodies. He looked around and realized that Fu Tsangshan's accomplices were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where is Fu Tsangshan? Long Jueshin's heart thumped wildly. If Fu Tsangshan were still alive, he would not have allowed so many elders to come and ask him about the truth. Long Jueshin had a crazy thought in his mind. Could it be that Fu Tsangshan had already? Alliance Master, Fu Tsangshan has been killed, along with all of his accomplices. Old Qin replied, Boom! Long Jueshin was overjoyed. Over the past 2 years, his enemies, Fu Tsangshan and his henchmen, had been like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Yet, in just 4 hours, they were all gone. Elder Jiu, has he woken up? Long Jueshin was even more elated. He had never felt so happy before, and even his injuries seemed to have healed. In such a chaotic world, having a top-notch expert like Elder Jiu would undoubtedly make the Heavenly Law Alliance safer. The faces of Old Qin and the others stiffened. Old Qin laughed self-mockingly. It was indeed an elder who saved me, but it was not Elder Jiu. It was another elder. Another elder? Long Jueshin's smile froze, and his heart thumped. Apart from Elder Jiu, only the King of Darkness, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, could be called an elder. Could it be that he had personally come to the Heavenly Law Alliance? Why would he come? Long Jueshin was lost in thought, and his joyful heart sank to the bottom. The arrival of the King of Darkness was not a good thing, as the Empire of Darkness was in a precarious situation and could be destroyed at any moment. Now that he had come to the Heavenly Law Alliance, it was most likely to seek help. No, he had killed half of the elders because he wanted to take over the Heavenly Law Alliance. Old Qin was startled. Could it be that Alliance Master Long knew that Suyu would come back? Alliance Master, he is still in the hall, and he has not left yet, Old Qin said. Long Jueshin immediately hid his surprise, and his expression did not change. He then said, All right, follow me. Upon seeing this, Old Qin guessed inwardly that Alliance Master Long and Suyu already had an agreement. If that was the case, it was very likely that Alliance Master Long had set up a trap to lure Fu Tsangshan and the remaining members of the evil faction out of their lair and capture them all at once. Thinking of this, Old Qin was overwhelmed with shock. What a grand scheme! What a deep scheme! In his heart, his admiration for Long Jueshin and Suyu increased greatly. The closer he got to the main hall, the heavier Long Jueshin's footsteps became. Along the way, he kept thinking about how to get out of this situation. But in the end, he realized that any scheme was unnecessary. The strength of the King of Darkness was a mystery to all the martialists on the continent. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was the strongest cultivator on the continent. Hundreds of years ago, when he came out of seclusion for the first time, he swept through the world and destroyed the Yu clan and 2 clan of the 8 great ancient clans. His divine might was matchless. Back then, he was already the #1 expert. No one knew what level he had reached now. Such a peerless monarch. All plots and schemes were futile in front of him. With a heavy heart, Long Jueshin stepped into the main hall with great difficulty. As before, he hesitated and stopped in his tracks, muttering to himself for a long time. Then, with a sorrowful tone, he asked, "Old Chin, how long have we worked together?" Old Chin was startled and confused. "Since the last Alliance Master, it has been more than 100 years. 100 years? Ha ha! 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. I, Long Jueshin, have been muddle-headed and clear-headed before. Perhaps that is enough." With his back facing them, Long Jueshin's expression was unusually bleak. "Old Chin, on account of our 100 years of working together, could you do me a favor? What is going on?" Old Chin had a blank look on his face. "Alliance Master, please speak." Long Jueshin revealed a relieved smile. "Thank you, Old Chin. Old Chin, please help me burn incense for Aojue and Wuxin every Qingming festival. That way, I will not be too lonely." Old Chin finally understood Long Jueshin's last words. He could not help but open his eyes wide. What is going on between the Alliance Master and Suyu? Does the Alliance Master really know who is inside? Old Chin realized that the senior he was referring to might be different from the one Long Jueshin was thinking of. However, before he could reply, Long Jueshin had already stepped into the main hall. It was as if he was about to die. "I will leave everything to you, Old Chin." Creak! Then he shook his sleeves, and the main door of the main hall closed with a creaking sound. The door was tightly shut, and the sunlight in the room was limited. Even though he was dozens of feet away, Long Jueshin could clearly see the Annihilation team standing respectfully on both sides of the door. They were not greeting him respectfully like before. Instead, they were waiting for someone else's orders. Has the Annihilation team already fallen? Long Jueshin's heart sank slightly. His eyes gradually moved upwards, and he looked at the figure standing in the middle of the main hall. The ground was littered with corpses, and the blood had formed a river. The dim lighting made the figure look extremely hazy, and Long Jueshin could only see its outline clearly. However, such a hazy figure gave Long Jueshin a strong sense of oppression. Such a feeling was only felt when he was facing Elder Jiu. It really was the figure of a king. Long Jueshin squinted his eyes and tried his best to see the figure clearly. However, he could only see its outline clearly. It was a young figure, and it seemed a little too young. The King of Darkness has actually maintained his youthful appearance. How surprising! Long Jueshin was secretly shocked. No one would have expected the King of Darkness to be so young. As he looked at the young figure, Long Jueshin felt even more pressured. Heavenly Law Alliance Master Long Jueshin, please forgive me for not being able to welcome the King of Darkness personally. Long Jueshin calmed himself down and tried his best to look neither servile nor overbearing. He moved. From the corner of his eyes, the King of Darkness figure moved. Long Jueshin's heart gradually became nervous, and he secretly clenched his fists. Finally, the figure turned around, and he faced him directly. Long Jueshin did not know whether it was a psychological effect, but he felt as if the figure's deep eyes could penetrate through space. Long Jueshin's body stiffened, and he gasped in shock. What sharp eyes! Long Jueshin's heart was in his throat, and he was extremely nervous. The King of Darkness was the continent's strongest expert, and he was a terrifying existence that could easily destroy him. The King of Darkness? Where is he? However, what made Long Jueshin freeze was that the King of Darkness had asked him a question in return. Moreover, the voice was extremely familiar. Thud, thud, thud. As the King of Darkness walked over, Long Jueshin gradually saw his face clearly. However, because he could see it clearly, he was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Suyu! Long Jueshin stuttered for a long time before he managed to say the name of the face. He could not believe his eyes. The King of Darkness that he had mentioned was actually Suyu. No, wait. Could Suyu be the King of Darkness's disciple? As he recalled that Suyu had the title of Black Snow Devil King, which was somewhat similar to the 7 Lords of Darkness, he came back to his senses and looked around. Where is the King of Darkness? How are you related to him? Suyu blinked his eyes in confusion. He had never met the King of Darkness before. So how could they be related? Has the King of Darkness been here before? Long Jueshin's nervous expression made Suyu break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the King of Darkness had been here before, and he had not noticed it? As he thought about this, Suyu's heart trembled. If that was the case, the King of Darkness's abilities must be terrifyingly high. Aren't you the King of Darkness's disciple? Suyu's strange reaction caused Long Jueshin to sink into confusion. Suyu shook his head. I have never met him before. Long Jueshin was shocked. If you are not, why are you here? Wait, why didn't the Annihilation Team stop you from entering? Suyu smacked his lips. I have always been here, always been here. Long Jueshin seemed to realize something, but it disappeared in a flash. He asked in surprise, Then did the elder who came just now allow you to stay here? He did not chase you away? Long Jueshin could not believe this. Since the Annihilation Team was still here, it meant that the elder must be nearby. There was no reason for him to allow Suyu to stay here. Elder? Which elder? Suyu blurted out, as if he had understood something. Long Jueshin pointed at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Of course it's the elder who killed Fu Tsongshan and his followers. Suyu's expression froze. Long Jueshin had misunderstood. He did not know how old Shen and the others had described him, but he had actually described him as the Black Snow Devil King. If you are talking about the elder who killed Fu Tsongshan and his followers, and if there is no one else, then you are probably talking about me. Suyu pointed at himself, awkwardly. He had actually made such a mistake. Long Jueshin was startled. You? He was dumbfounded, as Suyu had said that he had killed many experts here. He could not wrap his head around this. Li Cheng, who was standing at the door, could not bear to watch this any longer. Long Jueshin's behavior made him feel both funny and sad. The dignified Heavenly Law Alliance Master was acting in such a funny manner, all because he was weaker than someone else. Alliance Master Long, Suyu is my master. He was also the one who led us here to kill Fu Tsongshan and the other pests of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Long Jueshin finally accepted the fact that Suyu was the King of Darkness that he had been looking for. While he was feeling extremely awkward, Long Jueshin felt as if he had fallen into a space-time turbulence. Was Suyu really that powerful? Is it possible that the Annihilation Team is attacking and Suyu is just supporting them? He seemed to have seen through Long Jueshin's thoughts, and in order to prevent him from continuing like this, he said, Our Annihilation Team only managed to kill 2 people. The remaining 19 people, including Fu Tsongshan and his grandson, were all killed by you alone. Dong dong, Long Jueshin's heart violently thumped twice. Suyu single-handedly massacred almost all of them. Su, Senior, may I ask what your current cultivation level is? Long Jueshin was already convinced that being able to subdue 10 members of the Annihilation Team and make them submit to him was already an extremely powerful ability. To be able to kill so many elders single-handedly, his strength was beyond imagination. Elder Hilai, call me Suyu. Suyu chuckled calmly. We are waiting here to bid farewell to you, Alliance Master. Moreover, I still have another matter to attend to, and I must give you a pleasant surprise. Chapter 6, 29. A pleasant surprise? Long Jueshin's fluctuating emotions had yet to calm down. In the past, if Suyu had mentioned a pleasant surprise, he would have just laughed it off. After all, as the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, what pleasant surprise could a junior possibly give him? But now, his heart couldn't help but tremble. As someone as powerful as Suyu, his so-called pleasant surprise would surely be no small matter. Alliance Master Long, when you found out that I was able to come back after the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion closed, didn't you have any hopes? Suyu wore a faint smile. Hearing this, Alliance Master Long's eyes, which were filled with anticipation, quickly dimmed. The bitterness and grief that he had suppressed for a long time slowly appeared in his eyes. After all, when he found out that the Black Snow Devil King, who was supposed to have died in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, had come back alive, he had hoped that his daughter, Long Wuxin, would also come back. But that was just an extravagant hope. Suyu's words stirred up the grief that he had been suppressing for the past few days. His whole body was filled with an indescribable loneliness. He had no relatives in the world, and he was drifting alone in the world. How could he not feel lonely? His expression was the best answer. It seems like Alliance Master Long won't be disappointed by this pleasant surprise. Suyu smiled as he opened the 9-jade spiritual pearl. 2 thumb-sized light shadows flew out of it, becoming bigger and bigger. In the end, they turned into 2 human-sized balls. When the light disappeared, 2 women's figures could be seen clearly. They were both sitting cross-legged, as if they had just finished some kind of cultivation. They were resting and preparing to adapt to the changes in their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they weren't any weaker than any member of Suyu's annihilation team. Faint halos appeared above their heads. These halos were formed by vital energy, and there were many ancient characters on them. They seemed quite mysterious. The halos were floating 3 inches above their heads, and their golden radiance shone on their smooth skin, making their beautiful faces seem even more alluring. This was especially the case for the petite woman, whose halos were even more condensed. Her exquisite face, which was like a mountain fairy's, seemed like it had been carved. She was Qin Xianer, and the other was naturally Long Wuxin. When they had been chased by Chou Ziming, Suyu had taken them into his spatial ring to protect them. Now that they were out of danger and they had finished their cultivation, they were released. Before the 2 figures became clear, Long Jueshin stared at the tall figure on the right. That familiar aura originated from their bloodline connection, causing Long Jueshin to forget to breathe and forget himself. He could only stare blankly at the figure that was gradually becoming clearer. When he finally confirmed that it was his daughter, who was supposed to have died in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, he could no longer hold it in and said her name with a trembling voice. That call was like a stream of life spring, and it nourished Long Jueshin's dried-up heart. It made his lonely figure shine with confidence once again. Long Wuxin, who was gradually waking up, heard a familiar call, and her eyes gradually opened. At first he was at a loss, but when he saw his father's figure reflected in his eyes, he woke up. "Father, why are you crying?" Long Wuxin was astonished. She felt that she had only experienced a short period of 2 months, and most of the time had been spent cultivating in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Time had passed in the blink of an eye. How could she immediately understand that she had actually been separated from her father for 2 years, and that he had even been mistaken for dead? No, father is fine. Long Jueshin's heart was trembling, his body was trembling, and even his eyes were trembling. However, he was trembling with joy. The reunion of father and daughter was filled with warmth. Suyu smiled silently. "Oh, where's Brother Black Snow?" Qin Xianer, who had just woken up, mumbled before she opened her eyes. Then a pair of big eyes that shone like gems slowly opened after the eyelashes that were like cattail leaf fans moved a few times. It was bright, clear, and contained the purest light in the world. Those eyes were as pure as ever. In a daze, Sienna scanned the surroundings with her big, watery eyes. She did not discover Suyu's presence, so she pouted and asked, "Where is Brother Black Snow?" However, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. She wrinkled her nose suspiciously, her head turned like a lotus leaf as she glanced sideways at the familiar figure. With one look, her mind completely froze. She muttered absent-mindedly, Suyu. She was at a loss at first, then shocked, and finally speechless, until her eyes were filled with tears. Ever since she had been taken away by the Phoenix Cabinet's master in the Lucian faction, they had not seen each other again. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. How could she have known that they had already reunited as the Black Snow Devil King? As Suyu gazed at her delicate face from such a close distance, he felt a tender affection for her. He smiled and stretched out his arms. "Brother Suyu!" Sienna cried tears of joy as she threw herself into Suyu's embrace like a butterfly. "Brother Suyu, I have finally met you. I thought that I would never see you again." Sienna stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Suyu's neck. Her face was filled with joy, and tears of joy flowed freely from it. Suyu felt guilty. Because of his identity, he had not been able to reveal his identity earlier, and they had only met today. Sienna has grown up. Suyu hugged the petite body in his arms. It was warm and soft, like cotton. After 3 years, Sienna had grown up slightly. She had also grown taller, and her figure had become slender. This was a sign that she was gradually maturing. Hearing this, Sienna held back her tears and giggled foolishly. The innocence in her smile was unparalleled. Suyu felt a tender affection for her, and he stroked her head. As he recalled how his feelings for Sienna had wavered, he couldn't help but blame himself. Brother Suyu here. Suddenly, Sienna seemed to have recalled something, and she took out a small pouch from her waist. The pouch was filled with many objects. Suyu took it curiously, and when he touched it, he felt a wisp of spatial energy. He was slightly surprised to find that it was a spatial storage artifact. As he opened it, he was startled by the items inside. The first thing that entered his eyes was the dragon abyss of the 9 underworld specialty, the dragon abyss fruit. Suyu was quite familiar with these items, as many of them had been given to Sienna by the Black Snow Devil King. Moreover, there were many precious elixirs that could increase one's spiritual energy and cultivation. These items had never appeared on the market before, so it was obvious that they had been given to her by the undead Phoenix Master. Finally, there were some mysterious scrolls and spiritual objects. They were all neatly stored and carefully stored. "Sienna, what are these?" Suyu was surprised. Sienna's face was flushed, and she rubbed the corner of her clothes. She was slightly embarrassed, nervous, and apprehensive. "They are for you. It must be very hard for you to cultivate alone, so I want to leave them for you." Hearing this, Suyu's heart trembled, and he felt a warm feeling in his heart. In the past, they had received a limited number of dragon abyss fruits, and most of them were incomplete. However, Sienna used the incomplete dragon abyss fruits for herself. She could not bear to part with a single complete fruit, and she had left them all for this day. There was also the cultivation elixirs that the undead Phoenix Master had secretly given to Sienna. She had also hidden a portion of them for Suyu. These items were useless to Suyu now, but they were like thunder, and Suyu's heart was shaken. She was still the same as before, always leaving the best for Suyu. Time was changing, but she was still standing in the same place as before. Suyu's throat was dry, and he could not speak for a moment. He could not find a reason to let such a woman down. "Sienna." After a long time, Suyu's voice became hoarse and his tone changed. "Why did you do this for me?" Sienna lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at Suyu with her bright eyes. "Because I only have brother Suyu and my father. Her only family, her father, Suyu." In Sienna's heart, they were all like family. One was her father, and the other was her husband. Suyu was even more shaken. While he had still thought of their relationship as an unmarried one, Xian'er had long regarded Su Yu as her husband. Xia Jingyu's figure flashed across his mind. Thinking back to his past hesitation, Su Yu's heart ached. How could he let Xian'er down in this life? Lowering his head, Su Yu kissed Xian'er's forehead. Xian'er's petite body trembled, her face red. She raised her head shyly, closed her eyes, and offered her rosy lips. Her shy look with her eyes closed was like a red lotus that could be plucked. She was beautiful and alluring. Su Yu sucked on her bright red lips. They were soft, supple, and fragrant. With the kiss, the two of them sank into oblivion. After a long time, Xian'er's breathing quickened, and they slowly separated. Su Yu felt a strange feeling in his heart. He looked at the petite figure in front of him, feeling the body in his arms that was gradually heating up. Xian'er sensed Su Yu's strange behavior, and her face became even redder. She buried her head in Su Yu's chest, not daring to look at his eyes. "Brother Su Yu, if you want it, I can give it to you at any time." After not seeing her for 3 years, she was no longer the little girl in the Lucian faction, who thought that the wedding night was just a kiss. Both her body and heart had matured. Su Yu's heart was filled with tenderness, and he gently held her in his arms. He felt that he could no longer let her go. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? "Su Yu, take good care of Xian'er, as she has sacrificed too much for you." Long Wuxin had just reunited with her father, and after they reminisced about the past, she sighed with a complicated expression. Su Yu looked at her and nodded with a smile. "I understand." However, Long Wuxin shook her head regretfully. "No, you don't understand what Xian'er has given up for you. We obtained the Fairy King's relic, which belonged to an almighty divine master. At first, we thought that most of the relic had already been taken by others, but we accidentally discovered a space. That was the true relic left behind by the Fairy King. We even encountered the remnant soul of the Fairy King." She then added, "Do you know that Xian'er is actually the inheritor of the Fairy King's remnant soul? I only obtained 10% of the legacy, and the other 90% was all given to Xian'er. However, her cultivation is only about the same as mine." The remnant soul of a divine master? Su Yu was secretly surprised. The legacy that they had obtained was really extraordinary. Chapter 630. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart shook once again. Was it the last bit of the mysterious spiritual liquid in his pocket? He had even given up on the fairy realm in order to leave the benefits to Su Yu. Unknowingly, Su Yu hugged Xian'er even tighter. "Xian'er." Su Yu's heart was moved, and he lowered his head to look at Xian'er, who was in his embrace. "Thank you, Miss Wuxin, for telling me. I know what to do." Su Yu smiled gratefully. If not for Long Wuxin, Xian'er would not have told him the truth. Long Wu Xian nodded. "If you betray Xian'er, I will be the first to not let you off. A woman like her no longer exists in this world. Don't threaten Brother Su Yu. He will not let me down." Xian'er turned her head away. Her face was red, and she glared at Long Wuxin angrily. Long Juexin wiped away his tears and regained his composure. As he looked at Su Yu, his gaze was filled with deep gratitude. Long Wuxin had already stated clearly that it was Su Yu who had saved her and Qin Xian'er. As for how he had saved them and where Su Yu had placed them, she didn't mention it, and Long Juexin didn't ask. The elders outside are probably getting impatient from waiting. "Let's take care of business first," Long Juexin said. Su Yu and the others nodded and retreated to the two sides of the hall. Creak! The door to the hall opened, and many elders from the outside streamed in. Long Juexin did not sit at the Alliance Master's seat. Instead, he stood at the side and looked down at the crowd from above. As he swept his gaze across everyone's faces, his expression became complicated. Fu Tsangshan has been executed, and his followers have been killed. In the future, we will need to be even more united in order to face the enemy together. Looking at the corpses of the elders on the ground, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Too many elders had died in this battle. More than half of them had perished. It could be said that the Heavenly Law Alliance's upper echelons had been reduced sharply, and if there was any internal strife, the Heavenly Law Alliance might destroy itself before the enemy arrived. Yes, Alliance Master. Everyone replied in unison. However, Long Jueshin suddenly walked down from the high platform and went to Fu Tsongshan's corpse. He then retrieved the Heavenly Law core from his body. Today, there is one more thing that I need to announce to you, to the Heavenly Law Alliance, and to the whole world. Long Jueshin held the Heavenly Law core in his hand. His expression was grave. Everyone was shocked. They needed to announce it to the entire world. How big of a deal was that? Could it be that the Heavenly Law Alliance was preparing to revolt against the otherworldly invaders? I, Long Jueshin, as the current Alliance Master, announce that from today onwards, I will step down from my position as the Alliance Master. Instead, I will recommend Suyu to be the new Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Long Jueshin announced the shocking news. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Guild Master? No. Old Chin and the others were shocked. After all, they had finally gotten rid of Fu Tsongshan, who was their mortal enemy. Now, it was time for Long Jueshin to regain his power. Yet, he had chosen to give up such a good opportunity. However, Long Jueshin seemed to have already made up his mind. He waved his hand and said sincerely, the Heavenly Law Alliance will support the human race and save the future of the common people. This Alliance Master has already done his best. However, as everyone can see, the continent's situation is unprecedentedly grim, and I am no longer able to maintain the current situation. The Heavenly Law Alliance needs a stronger and bolder leader. I believe that everyone has heard of Su Yu's reputation. He is loyal and righteous. There's no need to doubt his strength. Everyone here has witnessed his charisma. I believe that there's no one more suitable to be the new Alliance Master than him. Long Jueshin had actually given up his position as the Heavenly Law Alliance Master to Suyu. The unexpected scene caught Suyu off guard and he was stunned. He instinctively rejected the offer. All along, Suyu had been doing this for himself, for his family, and for his love. He had never thought about the common people, so he wasn't ready to take on such a great responsibility. Alliance Master, please reconsider. Old Chin and the others tried to dissuade Long Jueshin. However, Long Jueshin had already made up his mind. You don't need to dissuade me anymore. While I was under house arrest, I thought about it a lot. The current Heavenly Law Alliance can no longer be controlled by ordinary people. We need an extraordinary leader, a hero whose abilities are on par with the first world senior. If I can't even quell the internal strife, how can I lead the Heavenly Law Alliance through this calamity? He then added, Moreover, all of you are aware of my body's condition. I'm afraid that I'm no longer suitable to be the Alliance Master. Su Yu is the best candidate that I have chosen after careful consideration. In the current continent, who else is the most suitable? Long Jueshin asked in a sonorous voice. In terms of strength, he killed a 3 crystals half-fairy in an instant. In terms of courage, he killed more than half of the elders by himself without any mercy. Su Yu had both qualities that a leader needed. Apart from him, who else would be suitable for the Alliance Master's position? When Old Chin and the others saw that Long Jueshin was truly willing to step down, they sighed deeply and started to consider Suyu. Indeed, as the Alliance Master had said, the current situation required a new Alliance Master like Suyu. Most of the elders quietened down as they seriously considered Alliance Master Long's words. Su Yu being their new Alliance Master might be a better situation for them. After all, the Heavenly Law Alliance urgently needed unrivaled strength. Only Suyu, who was involved in this, could only smile bitterly. He really didn't have the resolve to help the common people. After thinking about it for a while, Suyu decided to reject the offer. However, before he could reject it, a group of elders, led by Xiao Sui, exchanged glances with each other. Wait, I don't agree. A loud and determined voice suddenly rang out. The crowd automatically parted, revealing Xiao Sui. He glanced at Su Yu and said calmly, "Alliance Master, please reconsider. I don't think that Su Yu has the ability to become the Alliance Master. In terms of experience, I think that Su Yu, who is still young, can't compare to us elders. In terms of leadership ability, he, who has only been a Deputy Palace Master, can't compare to us elders. In terms of both aspects, Su Yu is not suitable to become the new Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance." His words seemed reasonable, but he was just flaunting his seniority. Age couldn't decide everything. Although they were old, they might not have experienced as much as Su Yu. He had walked all the way from the Xinyu Prefecture's Martial Arts Training Institute, and every step he took was filled with danger. His life had been full of ups and downs. These old fellows who had lived like princes could not compare to Su Yu. In terms of leadership ability, no matter how incompetent Su Yu was, he was still better than them, who had changed the Alliance Master at the last minute. Long Juexin frowned slightly. "Elder Xiao Sui, this is an important moment of life and death for the Heavenly Law Alliance. I hope that you can consider the bigger picture and consider this seriously." How could Long Juexin not know Xiao Sui's character? He was trying to impress the crowd and show off his qualifications. If this was a normal discussion, it wouldn't have mattered. However, this matter concerned the replacement of the old and new Alliance Master. "Alliance Master, what do you mean? This is the result of my serious consideration." Xiao Sui's face was filled with displeasure. "I am only thinking for the Heavenly Law Alliance, and speaking my mind. If the Alliance Master feels that I shouldn't have said anything, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Long Juexin was furious when he saw him acting so shamelessly. This kind of elder, who did not know right from wrong and lived like a prince, was sometimes even more dangerous than Fu Songshan. Just like now, when it came to the important matter of the replacement of the Alliance Master, they were the ones causing trouble. "Elder Xiao Sui, please allow me to say something." Long Wuxin stepped forward and said expressionlessly, "Elder Xiao Sui, since you think that age determines your experience and leadership ability, why don't you compare your cultivation level and abilities? You are old enough to be Su Yu's grandfather. With such a huge age gap, why are your abilities inferior to his? To put it bluntly, you have lived for so long, yet you are inferior to Su Yu, who has only lived for a dozen years. Have you lived these 100 years like a dog?" Long Juexin was concerned about his status, so he could not say some harsh words out loud. However, Long Wuxin did not have any reservations and was arrogant and disdainful. She was arrogant and looked down on people who liked to show off even though their abilities were inferior to others. Even Long Juexin had an embarrassed look on his face. After all of the older generation here were weaker than Su Yu, so he wondered, are they really living like dogs? Su Yu shook his head, then turned to look at Long Juexin. However, many of them were secretly praising Su Yu in their hearts. After all, age did not determine everything. Su Yu's abilities were superior to those of the older generation, so his experience might not necessarily be inferior to theirs. Xiao Sui was furious and felt that he had lost all face. Long Wuxin said calmly, "What do you mean? If you think that your abilities are stronger than Su Yu's, then come out and fight him. Or if you can use your mouth to scare the invaders from the other world away, that's fine too. If you can't do either, then shut up. The Heavenly Law Alliance is facing a matter of life and death. So you had better be serious. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Law Alliance is gone, what will happen to you?" Xiao Sui's face was dark, and his heart was filled with anger. However, he was not afraid of Su Yu, as he understood Su Yu's character better than most people. He knew that Su Yu would not harm him because of this. However, Long Wuxin, a woman as cold and arrogant as frost, similarly would not kill him. However, beating him up in front of everyone was still something that she could do. Thus, after struggling for a while, he did not dare to refute. Long Jueshin secretly despised him. He was indeed someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they all shut up, Long Jueshin didn't try to stop them anymore. He looked at Suyu and asked, "Suyu, are you willing to take on the role of the Heavenly Law Alliance's people? To continue the fire of the human race?" In most of the elders' eyes, Suyu didn't have anything at all. So, having the status of the Heavenly Law Alliance's master was exactly what Suyu wanted. Hence, this was the best opportunity for him to expand his influence. It was like a pie falling from the sky, so there was no reason for him to reject it. However, Suyu was still extremely solemn, and he clearly rejected him. "I'm sorry, Alliance Master Long, but I'm afraid that I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. Just as Elder Xiaosui said, I'm lacking in many aspects. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to take on such a great responsibility." Most people might think that Suyu had only managed to take control of the Heavenly Law Alliance because he had encountered a great opportunity. However, only Suyu knew that the Heavenly Law Alliance was just a burden to him. They couldn't increase Suyu's power in any way. Instead, he would need to protect the continent's human race's outstanding descendants. Suyu's unexpected rejection shocked and confused everyone. Long Jueshin had a vague premonition that Suyu wasn't someone who cared about fame and fortune. "I hope that you can reconsider it." Long Jueshin thought about it for a while, then took back his order for the time being. Suyu cupped his fists at him. "I will." The replacement of the Alliance's master came to an end. After the meeting was over, many of the elders left one after another. Only Long Jueshin and the others were left. "Suyu, you should stay in the Heavenly Law Alliance for the next few days. Xiener and Wuxin have received the same legacy, so they can interact with each other in terms of cultivation. This will be beneficial to them. You can take Xiener away with you after this." Long Jueshin tried to calm Suyu down. Suyu understood Long Jueshin's intentions, so he rubbed Xiener's small hand and nodded. "All right, Elder Xiaosui." Xiaosui and the others gathered together. "Elder Xiaosui has once again displayed his might." The red-nosed elder laughed. "Isn't this the second time that Elder Xiaosui has managed to subdue Suyu?" Hearing this, another person laughed. "Speaking of which, it's interesting. Actually, I had my reservations about Elder Xiaosui's ability to subdue Suyu the first time. I didn't expect Suyu to reject Alliance Master Long and the others. In my opinion, Elder Xiaosui's righteous and outspoken words have caused Suyu to have some misgivings, which is why he has temporarily rejected Suyu." Hearing this, Xiaosui's expression became gloomy. His mind was filled with thoughts of Long Wuxin. His expression relaxed. "Why should I be afraid? Perhaps that guy has other ideas." Although he said this, his expression showed that he had taken credit for it. Being praised by the crowd, Xiaosui's mood was greatly relieved. He suddenly remembered the day's agreement. "Everyone, if you have time, why don't you come to my small building and drink some wine to discuss the situation in the Heavenly Law Alliance?" Hearing this, the crowd naturally agreed. They had been looking forward to Xiaosui's small building for a long time. "Haha, that's right. Let's go to the small building and continue our discussion. Xiaosui and Zhang La have managed to subdue Suyu twice. What a wonderful story. We must drink some wine and talk about it." The group of people laughed as they headed toward Xiaosui's residence. Chapter 631. In the depths of the battleship, the core region was heavily guarded. The safest place was naturally the resting area of the high-level elders. They were the soul of the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they could not afford to lose them. In a room that was only 1,000 feet wide, the 5 elders looked around with interest. There were simple stone tables and ordinary decorations, which were no different from the other elders' rooms. "TSK, the treatment that the Heavenly Law Alliance gives us high-level elders is really harsh." The red-nosed elder looked around and said, "Even a senior elder like Elder Xiaosui, who is at the level of Doyen, is only allocated a house that is 300 meters wide. It's only 200 meters bigger than an ordinary elder. His words hit the nail on the head. All of them were famous experts of the older generation in the Jinlong continent. If they stayed in the continent, they would be worshipped by tens of thousands of people and enjoy endless enjoyment. However, in the Heavenly Law Alliance, they lived a simple life. This was a rule set by the First World Senior. The resources of the Heavenly Law Alliance were to be used to nurture the outstanding descendants of the human race. Such a rule was very strict. The value of the resources in every elder's room, as well as the amount of resources that they could enjoy every month, were all clearly stated in detail. Their treatment was only slightly better than those of the younger generation by 10 to 20%. Such a simple life was an unimaginable torture for people who were used to luxury. Hence, not everyone could adapt to the simple life in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Even people like Xiao Sui, who had similar ambitions, could not change their habits of enjoying life. Hearing this, one of the elders agreed, "That's right. To protect the younger generation of the human race, we are willing to condescend to the Heavenly Law Alliance to protect them. Do you know how great the sacrifice is? Yet, the treatment we receive is really disappointing." The people present all shook their heads slightly, revealing looks of disappointment for the Heavenly Tao Union. "Let's talk to the Alliance Master after we have avoided this disaster." Xiao Sui thought for a moment, then said something conservative. "Now, let's go to my small pavilion for chat. I have prepared a surprise for everyone, and I believe that everyone will like it." Xiao Sui smiled mysteriously. The four elders became spirited, and their eyes lit up. "We finally have a chance to see the rumored pavilion, and there is a surprise? Haha! Elder Xiao Sui is really thoughtful. I just don't know what the surprise will be." Xiao Sui chuckled and took out a picturesque scroll from his sleeve. The scroll was hazy, immortal mist drifting about. On top of a lake, mist lingered about. An exquisite pavilion stood in the middle of the lake. The scenery was exceptional, aloof from the world, exceptionally beautiful. Within the painting, there were beautiful maids and beautiful dancers in purple. They were singing, and it was a very lively scene. Hiss! Space-type magic treasure? The old man with rosacea was shocked. "I've long heard that Elder Xiao Sui is proficient in the Tao of space, but I didn't expect that you could imbue your space divine ability into a painting. Just the value of this painting is probably on par with a high-quality god artifact, right?" The few elders were secretly shocked. How could a scroll that could contain space divine art be made from ordinary materials? It went without saying where these materials came from. They were obtained from the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, they couldn't believe that the Heavenly Law Alliance's resources were all controlled by the Alliance Master. So how did Xiao Sui get these materials? Haha, everyone please enter first. Xiao Sui waved his hand, and the painting twisted, revealing a space vortex. Under his lead, the four elders stepped into the painting. Instantly, they entered another independent space, and the scenery in front of them was exactly the same as the painting. They had become the people in the painting. "Greetings, Elder Xiao Sui." The dancers and maids in the painting were actually living people. When they sensed that Xiao Sui and the others had entered, they immediately came forward to greet them. The leading dancer lowered her head and was extremely respectful. "This is the famous #1 female genius in the Western continent, Huan Tong." The old man with rosacea stared at the leading dancer and couldn't help but be surprised. Huan Tong had a classic oval face, and her phoenix eyes contained a natural charm. Every frown and smile was charming. Her slender and beautiful dance posture couldn't be hidden under her gorgeous wide sleeves. When the other three elders saw this, they were also surprised. Huan Tong was a famous beauty among the juniors she had taken in. She had many pursuers, and even the elders had heard about her. However, it was said that she had been concentrating on her cultivation and didn't come out easily. She didn't care about the lechers who pursued her, so she had a good reputation. They didn't expect that she wasn't cultivating, but was acting as a dancer in Xiao Sui's small building. Hee-hee-tonger. Xiao Sui laughed and waved his hand. Huan-tong smiled charmingly and threw herself into his arms like a butterfly, as if she was used to it. Such a fragrant scene caused the 4 elders to be quite surprised. They didn't know when Huan-tong had become Xiao Sui's exclusive property. This was forbidden by the Heavenly Law Alliance. All elders were forbidden from overstepping their etiquette to the juniors. Anyone who violated this rule would be immediately beheaded. If it weren't for this rule, the juniors who had been taken in by the Heavenly Law Alliance wouldn't have been able to escape from the evil hands of the elders. Anyone with a little bit of beauty would end up like Huan-tong, who was in front of them, and would end up under their legs. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to properly entertain the elders? As for whether or not you can obtain their favor, that will depend on yourselves. Xiao Sui laughed. The remaining maids and dancers all had charming expressions on their faces as they leisurely went forward to serve the 4 elders. They were shocked and displeased, as Huan-tong's beauty had been defiled by Xiao Sui. Everyone, enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. They are all taught by me and they are intelligent. They know what to say and what not to say, so you don't need to worry about it. Xiao Sui caressed the beauties in his arms, and he didn't forget to drag them down with him. In this way, they wouldn't dare to report him, as they who had also toyed with the descendants of the human race wouldn't be able to escape death. They weren't as daring as Xiao Sui, as he didn't dare to violate the Heavenly Law Alliance's rules. Fellow Taoists, why are you still hesitating? Now that more than half of the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders have fallen, we are in dire need of manpower. Even if they know about it, they will surely turn a blind eye to it, and they won't do anything to us. Otherwise, if all the elders are killed without us, how will Alliance Master long maintain the Heavenly Law Alliance? Xiao Sui laughed and calmly analyzed. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders were tempted. Moreover, if they didn't make Xiao Sui feel at ease, they wouldn't be able to leave the Heavenly Law Alliance. They finally understood what Xiao Sui meant by a pleasant surprise. Under the teasing of the maids and singers, they quickly fell for him, and each of them chose a beautiful woman and immersed themselves in it, unable to extricate themselves. For a moment, the sound of lulling music lingered in the pavilion, and it lasted for half a day. Finally, after a round of lovemaking, the 5 elders stopped enjoying themselves, and they drank and chatted while being served by the maids and dancers, whose faces were slightly flushed. Haha, from today onwards, all of you are my drinking buddies, and in the future you can come to my pavilion to drink and chat merrily. Xiao Sui laughed deeply. After enjoying themselves for a while, the 4 elders' faces became flushed. They who had tasted the sweetness for the first time had already had a taste of it, and even if Xiao Sui hadn't mentioned it, they would still have been thinking about this place. Elder Xiao, may I ask how you obtained the materials to refine this place? To refine such a space, you must have used up a lot of materials, right? The red-nosed elder's eyes were filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to possess such a mysterious, independent space, where they could secretly drink and have fun, and where they could play with beautiful young women? Xiao Sui didn't try to hide it. Isn't it simple? The Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship has many unnecessary parts, and I just took those wasted materials and used them. Clatter! A bronze wine cup rolled on the ground, and the 4 elders' faces instantly turned grave, almost to the point of being terrified. Elder Xiao Sui, you dismantled the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship's materials? This is a crime punishable by death. The red-nosed elder was horrified. Xiao Sui's guts were greater than they had imagined, and he was even crazier. The Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship's materials are indeed of a high grade. But, Elder Xiao Sui, aren't you worried that the battleship will be damaged, which will allow the enemy to take advantage of it? Another elder was startled. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that Xiao Sui would dismantle the battleship's materials. What if the battleship was damaged and the enemy invaded? After all, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship was their safe haven. Why are you all looking at me like that? Why were they all like Suyu, who was easily swayed by the wind? Am I really that muddle-headed? The materials that I dismantled were all the thicker parts of the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship, but they aren't very useful. As such, they won't affect the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship at all. Xiao Sui's expression was one of displeasure. Don't you have too little confidence in the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship? Xiao Sui didn't care. It has survived for tens of thousands of years, so its sturdiness isn't something that you can imagine. Such a small amount of materials is just a drop in the bucket for the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. Don't worry, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship will be fine. Even an otherworldly expert wouldn't be able to break it. Everyone felt uneasy, but when they heard Xiao Sui's words, they gradually calmed down. The Heavenly Law Alliance had survived for tens of thousands of years, and it had experienced many disasters in the subcontinent. But which one of them hadn't been safe? This time, it seemed like nothing would happen to them. Their worries were really unnecessary. After thinking about this, they felt much more relaxed. That's true. The continent might be destroyed, but the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship wouldn't be destroyed. The red-nosed old man agreed. Xiao Sui laughed coldly. Suyu was only able to barge in because the transportation portal's defenses were removed on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the formation and barge in. To be honest, as long as we don't fight, even if the otherworldly experts besieged us, what could they do to us? Hearing this, the four elders expressed their approval. That Suyu seems powerful, but he is actually as cautious as a mouse. How could it be so coincidental that the otherworldly experts would invade while we were changing our commander? He even tried to teach us, the older generation, a lesson about the taboo of changing our commander. As he spoke about Suyu, Xiao Sui couldn't help but feel proud. So what if he is powerful? Isn't it tiring for him to live so cautiously? When the four elders heard this, their faces turned red. Haha, Elder Xiao Sui is right. We elders don't need to be taught a lesson by a kid who is still wet behind the ears. However, it is all thanks to Elder Xiao Sui that you managed to suppress his arrogance twice. For this, I propose a toast to Elder Xiao Sui. Bang! The sound of a collision was not the sound of wine being knocked against each other, but the sound of an intense vibration. The small building shook intensely, and the dancers screamed as they flew up. They were at a loss for what to do. They, who were drinking and having fun, were suddenly sent flying, and their wine and food were scattered all over their bodies. When the vibration stopped, Xiao Sui's face turned gloomy. Who touched the picture scroll in the outside world? Only when an external force shook the picture scroll would it affect them who were in the space. The four elders were also furious. They were enjoying themselves, so who would dare to ruin their mood? Humph! Follow me out to take a look. Xiao Sui coldly snorted. He then opened the space vortex, and the five of them returned to the outside world. There was no one in Xiao Sui's house. Moreover, there seemed to have been a violent vibration just now. More than half of the house had collapsed, and the walls were peeling off. It was a scene of desolation, as if it had experienced a destructive impact. In their anger, they were shocked. What happened? At that moment, noisy footsteps could be heard from the corridor in the distance. It was a group of half-god guards, and they hurriedly gathered in the middle of the battleship. Stop! What happened? Xiao Sui frowned. He had a premonition that something was wrong. When the guard saw that it was Elder Xiao Sui, he became respectful. Elder Xiao, we have been discovered by the strong martial artists of the other clans. Both sides are in a stalemate. Just now, the enemy used a large-scale secret technique to attack together, which shook the battleship. The Alliance Master is ordering more people to go to the front line to support us." After saying this, the guard looked surprised. "Elder Shao, could it be that you don't know? Half a day ago, we had already fought with the strong martial artists of the other world. You." Chapter 632. DDD. At that moment, the communication pendants on the waists of the 5 elders started ringing. When they scanned it with their consciousness, they found out that it was Long Jueshin's order to gather them half a day ago. Moreover, there were 9 of them. The small building had its own space, so the signals from the outside world could not be transmitted inside. As such, it had only just arrived. The expressions of the 5 elders changed at the same time. "What nonsense are you spouting? We are on a secret mission and have just returned. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." Xiao Sui shouted with a righteous look on his face. The guard did not suspect anything, as he trusted Xiao Sui and the other elders greatly. So he quickly led the way. The bottom of the battleship, where Su Yu had barged in, was the weakest part of the battleship. However, that was only on the surface. There was a space formation set up there, so it was an important target for defense. There were 18 layers of seals that strengthened the defenses around it. Back then, Fu Tsangshan had activated 18 layers of seals in order to ambush Su Yu and the others. He had only left a weak space formation, which Su Yu had found an opportunity to break through. If he were to do it again, Su Yu might not be able to break through the 18 layers of seals. However, at that moment, 15 of the 18 layers of seals had already been broken. That earth-shattering attack just now had broken through 10 layers of restrictions in one go. Long Jueshin was leading the Heavenly Law Alliance's many half-fairies. They were quickly infusing vital energy into the broken seals, so that they could be quickly repaired. Besides him, Long Wuxin and Qin Xianer were also present. As powerful 2 crystals half-fairies, they had also joined the defense. Old Qin and the other elders were also present. There were also 10 Annihilation Team members, as well as an endless stream of guards. More than half of the Heavenly Law Alliance's soldiers were gathered at the bottom of the battleship. They were racing against time to maintain the seals and protect the Heavenly Law Alliance from being broken through. "Miss Qin, where is Su Yu?" Long Jueshin's forehead was dripping with sweat. After such a long and drawn-out battle that lasted for half a day, the protectors were completely exhausted. Half a day ago, a black cloud had strangely caught up to the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, it was not a black cloud. It was a dense group of human experts. There were 99 of them. Each of them was at least a 1 crystal half-fairy, and there were as many as 22 crystals half-fairies. As for 3 crystals half-fairies, there were as many as 3 of them. The enemy's terrifying power was only slightly weaker than the last battle between the Jinlong continent and the otherworldly experts. That was the final battle of the human race, and they were utterly defeated. In that battle, the enemy had sent out 200 vital energy, crystal half-fairies, and 3 fairies. Although their numbers weren't high, the Jinlong continent's side was almost completely massacred by the terrifying half-fairies. Countless experts from the large factions had perished, while the Heavenly Law Union had suffered disastrous losses. That was the most tragic defeat that the Jinlong continent had ever suffered. It could be said that it was a crushing defeat. However, 99 fairies had appeared that moment, although their overall strength was far from that of the 150 vital crystal half-fairies. It was still enough to wipe out any of the forces in the Jinlong continent. The Heavenly Law Alliance was no match for them. However, Su Yu was unexpectedly not in the Heavenly Law Alliance at such a critical moment. Hearing this, Qin Xianer, whose face was slightly pale, nervously wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead. She bit her lips and continued to instill her vital energy into Su Yu's body. She then said with great difficulty, "Brother, Su Yu suddenly went out half a day ago. He hasn't returned yet." Long Jueshin's heart sank. Why did he have to leave at such a critical moment? What was even more coincidental was that the otherworldly experts had just caught up with them and started to attack them. They had barely managed to hold on until now. However, there were only 5 seals left, and the speed at which the seals were recovering was far slower than the speed at which the enemies were destroying them. The disparity between their strengths was too great. Swoosh! At that moment, Xiao Sui and the other 4 elders hurried over. Seeing this, Long Jueshin was slightly angered. What have you been doing? You gathered the elders half a day ago. Why are you only here now? The other 4 elders were extremely guilty. When the Heavenly Law Alliance was facing a great crisis, they were just toying with the women that they had taken in. Only Xiao Sui was calm. Alliance Master, please forgive us. The 5 of us were cultivating, so we didn't notice the news. It was only after we were awakened by the tremors that we discovered your message. We immediately rushed over to help you. Long Jueshin was a powerful person, so he could naturally tell that he was hiding something. However, the current situation was critical, so he didn't have the time to question him. So he could only turn a blind eye. Let's not talk about this matter for now. All of you immediately come over and strengthen the seals. Xiao Sui and the other 4 elders immediately joined in. The vital energy of the 5 2-crystals half-fairies increased the speed at which the seals were recovering. However, it was only slightly faster. Bang! Another loud, rumbling sound echoed through the air. 2 seals had been broken in a row. Even though they had strengthened the seals, they were still blown away by the powerful impact. All of them felt a metallic taste in their mouths. Xiao Sui, who had been injured, finally started to panic. It seemed like the crisis they were facing this time was different from the past. Only 3 layers of the seals had been broken. If the enemy used the joint attack formation again, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship would immediately be invaded by the otherworldly experts. A panic that he had never felt before filled his heart. The last fortress of the human race, the sturdy battleship, was about to be broken. Xiao Sui felt like he had just woken up from a dream. However, this was the end of his beautiful dream and the beginning of the cruel reality. The Heavenly Law Alliance would also be broken one day. In the midst of his panic, he thought of Suyu, the powerful youth. Where is Suyu? Where is he? Ask him to come out. His loud shouts were filled with panic. Hearing this, the elders became anxious. Su, you just had to go missing at such a critical moment. However, when they heard Xiao Sui's angry shouts, their eyes were filled with anger. Shut up. Don't forget that you are an elder. Long Jueshin shouted. His heart was filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for this old man's objection, Suyu might have already become the Heavenly Law Alliance's master. At that time, this old man had objected to Suyu becoming the Alliance master because Suyu was too young. But now, Suyu was no longer restricted by his status as the Alliance master, so he could come and go as he pleased. He couldn't find Suyu, yet he had come out to make a fuss and ask Long Jueshin to help him. If he could, Long Jueshin would kill this old man with a single slap. Suyu had rejected the position of the Alliance Master, but who could be sure that this old man had not rejected it? There were many elders like Long Jueshin who wanted to kill Xiao Sui. When Long Jueshin had said that choosing Suyu as the Alliance Master was a matter of life and death for the Heavenly Law Alliance, they had not thought much of it. Now, it seemed like Long Jueshin was right. The Heavenly Law Alliance had really encountered a matter of life and death. If Suyu was here with his unfathomable abilities, even if he couldn't turn the tide, the situation would still be far better than it was now. At that moment, Xiao Sui no longer had his usual righteousness and calmness. He had been shocked by the sudden crisis. After being shouted at by Long Jueshin, he became much more clear-headed. He suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly said, "I'm sorry I lost my composure for a moment. I hope Alliance Master can forgive me. But now the situation is critical, so please help Suyu. The Heavenly Law Alliance is his home, and if the Heavenly Law Alliance is gone, he will have nowhere to go." Hearing this, The elders secretly cursed him for being shameless. He had stepped on Suyu when he was in the limelight, but now that he was in trouble, he thought of Suyu. He has already left, and his whereabouts are unknown. Long Jueshin's face was gloomy as he suppressed his murderous intent. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. Xiao Sui suddenly panicked. Left? Hatred welled up in his heart. I knew that this kind of person was unreliable. He still had the cheek to say that. Everyone was furious. Stop talking. Immediately activate the seal. Long Jueshin shouted. Once the seal was broken, the otherworldly experts would rush in. With the disparity in power between the two sides, what awaited them would be a one-sided massacre. The Heavenly Law Alliance would be destroyed in a single day. In the outside world, a purple-haired, devilish armored youth was sitting on a black lotus, surrounded by 99 armored youths. He had a leisurely look on his face as he asked, "How is it? Are a bunch of ants still resisting fearlessly?" Reporting to Commander, there is only the last bit of defense left. Our next joint attack will be able to break through. With our battle power, we should be able to kill everyone who resists in half a cup of tea's time. Hearing this, the devilish, purple-haired, armored youth calmly said, "All right, then quickly break through it. A small faction like this has escaped for so long. The Holy Master is very displeased." Yes, the armored guard bowed and retreated. Also, the devilish, purple-haired, armored youth added, "There's no need to keep the men alive. After all, they're useless. Capture all the women alive. The Holy Master's cultivation technique requires a large number of virgin women." It was a simple order, as if it was just drinking water. It did not feel like it was a slaughter. The guard received the order and passed it down. The 99 half-immortals simultaneously infused their vital energy into a giant ring in front of them. As the boundless vital energy gathered, the ring emitted an extremely dangerous, destructive aura. In the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. Not good. The joint attack is about to start again. Old Chen's face was filled with shock and despair. Long Jueshin's face also turned pale. The remaining 2 layers of restrictions could not withstand the attack. The Heavenly Law Alliance was about to be destroyed. The elders were filled with despair. The disaster had come too suddenly, and they had not even been prepared for it. Unknowingly, they had already given up on infusing their vital energy, and their faces were as pale as paper. They had already tried their best, but the enemy was too strong. They were so strong that they could not understand it. Traces of grief and indignation filled their hearts. Long Jueshin laughed at himself. Is this the end of the Heavenly Law Alliance? He felt as if he was dreaming. Half a day ago, he had still been thinking about rebuilding the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he had never thought that the day of its destruction would come so quickly. A dangerous aura gradually approached them. The enemy had already launched their final attack. Many elders closed their eyes and smiled bitterly. This might be the last smile they would see in their lives. Long Jueshin raised his head to look at the sky and let out a long sigh. "Suyu, you left at the wrong time." Many of the elders regretted their decision. When Suyu had rejected the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, they had only acted as bystanders and not tried to persuade him. When Suyu was being bullied by Xiao Sui, they had only looked on coldly, and even gloated in their hearts. Now that Suyu had left, they finally remembered how good he was. Chapter 633. Something left behind by Suyu? Everyone's eyes lit up. Could it be that Suyu had already predicted that there would be an enemy attack before he left? Could it be that he had left something behind? Swoosh! For different colored balls flew out of Qin Xianer's pocket, each with a diameter of half a zhang. Moreover, they only revolved around Qin Xianer. The colors were gorgeous and dazzling, instantly enchanting. Xian loved it very much, giggling nonstop. A defensive, magical treasure? Long Jueshin was confused. He had assumed that what Suyu had left behind was some kind of powerful divine weapon. Even with so many of them working together, they still couldn't stop the formation from being destroyed, let alone a defensive magical treasure left behind by Suyu. If Suyu's real body was here, Long Jueshin would still have some hope. But how could a trifling magical treasure, which was at most a high-grade divine artifact, block the otherworldly expert's attacks? Old Chen's eyes lit up for a moment as he smiled bitterly. Su, you might not know this, but each of the 18 layers of the seal is as powerful as a high-grade divine artifact's defense. So, the 18 layers of the seal aren't any weaker than a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact's defense. The magical treasure left behind by him won't be of much use. If Suyu had left behind an extremely powerful offensive magical treasure, they might have been able to rely on the terrain to deal with the otherworldly strong men who had entered. However, the elders who had been secretly anticipating the outcome of the battle had now extinguished their last shred of hope. Qin Xianer was slightly unhappy, so she pouted and said, "Brother Su, you said that the Heavenly Law Alliance will be able to protect us with this item." Long Jueshin could only bitterly smile, as he thought to himself, in this world, only Suyu's simple-minded fiancé can trust Suyu's words without any doubt. Fine, this magical treasure was left behind by Suyu to protect you. Since that's the case, you can take charge of it. Long Jueshin did not take the magical treasure. Instead, he turned around and looked at the many elders and guards around him. His face was filled with sorrow as he said, "Everyone, please retreat. When the spell is destroyed, I will automatically order the warship to disintegrate. At that time, elders and guards, please escort the human geniuses that we have taken in and escape in different directions. If any of them can escape, they will survive. They are the Jinlong continent's last hope." Disintegrate the warship? Everyone was filled with grief and indignation. "Alliance Master, what about you?" Old Chin asked. If the battleship disintegrated, there might be a few elders who would be lucky enough to escape. But what about the Alliance leader? Long Jueshin raised his head, looked at the sky, and smiled bitterly. The Heavenly Law Alliance was destroyed by me, Long Jueshin. I have let down the ancestors of the Dragon Clan, as well as the previous Alliance Masters and Elders of the Heavenly Law Alliance. I will stay until the end, and I will live and die together with the First World Senior. As long as I still have a breath left in me, I will fight until the end and fight for every single one of you." Long Jueshin's eyes were filled with the desire to die. They could leave, but the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master had to stay. He had to live and die with the Heavenly Law Alliance, the First World Senior, and the human clan's final fortress. A deeply moved expression appeared on Old Chen's aged face. This was their alliance leader. At a time of crisis, he had sacrificed himself for the greater good. "Father, there is still me. I will be with you." Long Wu Xian smiled sweetly. Her smile was filled with pride, battle intent, and death intent. Her short black hair, her beautiful face, and her graceful figure were all frozen in time. She looked heroic and enchanting. "There is no need for me to leave. The Heavenly Law Alliance is my home, so where else can I go?" Old Chin chuckled. He waved his sleeves and stood beside Long Jueshin. "Me too." One of the elders also walked over to Long Jueshin's side without changing his expression. One after another, 7 or 8 elders gave up on escaping. They wanted to live and die together with the Alliance Master, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the human clan's final fortress in the Jinlong continent. Long Jueshin felt gratified, but he still shook his head firmly. "You don't have to sacrifice yourselves in vain. You still have the task of escorting many outstanding descendants of the human clan. Without you escorting them, they won't be able to escape death. Old Chin, I will leave Wuxin in your hands." Long Jueshin bowed toward Old Chin and all the elders. "Elders, I will leave the human clan's descendants in your hands." Upon hearing this, everyone felt sad. Was the Heavenly Law Alliance finally going to be destroyed? "Father, Long Wuxin's expression became anxious. However, Long Juexin waved his hand and interrupted her. Wuxin, don't say any more. Throughout history, who hasn't died? Everyone will die one day, and I am just choosing where I belong. Long Juexin's eyes were filled with love and worry as he turned around. What I am most worried about is who will take care of you if I am not by your side. He finally understood how Zi Donglai felt when he was in the cage. He was extremely worried about the future of his descendants. As your father, I hope that you can live on peacefully. After this calamity, you will find your Mr. Right, and you will be able to continue the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Then, I will be able to rest in peace. Long Juexin smiled. He had lost his son, so the task of carrying on the family line fell on his only daughter. Father. Even the strong Long Wuxin's shoulders started to tremble, and her eyes became misty. Boom! Boom! The Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship shook slightly. The remaining 2 layers of the spell were flickering and emitting a shocking light. The spell was about to be destroyed. The warship trembled even more violently. The terrifying joint attack was destroying the remaining 2 layers of the formation like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The final moment had finally arrived. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The moment the spell is destroyed will be the moment when I destroy the battleship. Take care of yourselves. Long Juexin took out a red crystal ball from his bosom and held it with his 5 fingers. He then turned around and spoke to everyone. Some people cried, some people laughed, and some people laughed with vicissitudes of life. Everyone's hearts were filled with pain as they bore the brunt of the Heavenly Law Alliance's destruction. On this day, the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship was destroyed. On this day, all of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members had fled. On this day, the Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen. Everyone closed their eyes and waited for the darkness, for the most sorrowful moment to arrive. Buzz! Buzz! The battleship shook even more violently. The spell was about to be destroyed. The Heavenly Law core in Long Juexin's palm emitted a cracking sound. The Heavenly Law Alliance was about to be destroyed. However, right at that moment, Qin Xianer, who had been fiddling with the 4 balls for a long time, was finally able to activate them. However, she did not notice the change in the atmosphere. She pouted and muttered coquettishly, Brother Suyu, this set of magical treasures is too difficult to activate. Qin Xianer wiped the sweat off her forehead. She was finally able to control the 4 orbs according to the method that Suyu had taught her. Seal! Qin Xianer pointed her finger at the 4 orbs. Then each of them emitted a light beam. The 4 light beams connected and formed a 4-colored light screen. The light screen descended and engulfed a large area where the spell was located. Bang! A muffled sound echoed out. The Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship shook slightly, but the 2 layers of the spell were destroyed. Chapter 634. However, when the huge energy collided with the light beam, it was as if a person had collided with a huge mountain. As it bounced back, soon after, the Heavenly Law Alliance immediately stabilized and it stopped shaking. However, everyone, including Long Juexin, was greatly shocked. They actually managed to block the combined attack. What kind of defensive treasure was that? In the outside world, the devilish purple-haired armored youth wore an evil smile as he coldly looked at the battleship that was about to be destroyed. However, the joint attack's light beam was suddenly bounced back. The intense light beam shot toward the 99 guards, causing their joint attack formation to be disrupted. 9 of the guards were caught off guard, and they didn't manage to dodge it. As such, they were turned into nothingness by the light beam, and not even their remains were left behind. The light beam broke through the formation and shot toward the devilish purple-haired armored youth. The evil smile on his face stiffened when the light beam was bounced back. At this moment, his face became ice cold, and he stretched out his hand to grab the light beam. The powerful destructive power turned into a ferocious force that pushed the light beam back 1,000 feet. Only then did the light beam slowly dissipate. However, the devilish purple-haired armored youth's whole body was covered by a layer of purple vital energy armor. So the light beam only caused his right palm to emit white smoke and leave a few traces of blood. It didn't injure him at all. I didn't expect that this group of cowards would still have a backup plan. The devilish purple-haired youth's face was ice-cold as he shouted in a low voice, "Attack with all your strength! Sink the battleship! Don't capture the women alive! Everyone die!" He didn't change his strategy because he was angry, but rather because he had sensed that the formation was somewhat different and it wouldn't be easy to break through it. As such, the only way was to destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship and kill everyone inside. Upon hearing this, the 99 guards who had just survived were filled with killing intent and anger. They had such an overwhelming advantage. Yet 9 of their guards had been killed by their opponents. After receiving this order, none of them showed any mercy, and they all poured their vital energy into the huge light beam. Suddenly, a light beam that was 3 times the size of the previous one, which was 1,000 feet thick, suddenly shot out. Before the light beam even got close, the entire Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship trembled slightly. This attack was meant to completely destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. Inside the warship, next to the formation, everyone stared at the 4-colored light. There was a deathly silence, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. What kind of magic treasure was this? It could actually block that kind of attack? They looked at Qin Xianer, whose face was filled with resentment, and felt as if their brains had short-circuited. What did Su Yu leave for Qin Xianer? At that moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance trembled once again, and even the 4-colored light screen showed signs of shaking. Qin Xianer's face paled, and it became extremely strenuous for her to control the 4 beads. The 4 beads suddenly flickered, as if they were about to collapse. Long Juexin was the first to come back to his senses. While he was shocked, he was also overjoyed. Su Yu had left them a heaven-defying magical treasure. Quick, let's instill our vital energy together and activate the magical treasures. Long Juexin was overjoyed, and his heart was once again filled with hope. The Heavenly Law Alliance's people, who had just survived a desperate situation, came back to their senses. How could they still hesitate? He was crazily pouring true qi into the formation. 1 person's vital energy, 2 people's vital energy, 3 people's vital energy, and countless people's vital energy were all gathered into the formation. The 4 beads emitted an intense light that had never appeared before in Su Yu's hands. After all, how could Su Yu's vital energy alone compare to the combined strength of the Heavenly Law Alliance's people? The 4 light pillars shot out once again. However, they were not ordinary light pillars, but light screens that seemed to have solidified. Moreover, the 4 light screens were extremely large, and they expanded from a radius of 100 feet to a radius of 10,000 feet. Continue. Long Juexin was overjoyed, and he did not hold back as he poured his remaining vital energy into the formation. Everyone was also excited when they saw this, and they also poured a large amount of vital energy into the formation. Moreover, as more and more people poured their vital energy into the formation, the dry cloud 5 elemental formation's 4 beads emitted an unprecedented radiance. In just a few breaths' time, a majestic spectacle appeared. The 4 extremely large light screens connected the earth and the sky. They covered a radius of 100,000 feet, and they completely enveloped the Heavenly Law Alliance's battleship. At that moment, the otherworldly light beams attacked them. They heavily struck the sky-high light wall. However, the light beam, which was 3 times larger than the previous one, did not even manage to shake the light wall. Instead, it was directly reflected back. Not good. Quickly retreat. The purple-haired youth's expression sank as he anxiously shouted. He was 1 step ahead of the others, and he flew up into the sky as fast as lightning. In an instant, A series of miserable shrieks could be heard. The light beam was reflected back with an even more intense force than before. The 90 armored guards were caught off guard, and 20 of them did not manage to dodge it in time, so they were turned into dust. Apart from that, there were 10 other people who were grazed by the light beam, and parts of their bodies disappeared. They were all heavily injured. In an instant, 1/3 of the people had suffered heavy casualties. Looking at the extremely large light screen, the purple-haired youth's expression turned grave. What treasure is that? Who is the master of the Heavenly Law Alliance? Could it be that old drunkard? On the contrary, the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance let out joyous shouts, especially when they found out that the other party had suffered heavy casualties. Such heavy casualties had only appeared in the previous subjugation battle, but now the treasure left behind by Su Yu was already so terrifying. As they thought of this, Su Yu's image in their hearts became even more mysterious. If a treasure was like this, then how powerful was Su Yu himself? Miss Qin, what else did Su Yu say when he left this treasure behind? Long Juexin could not suppress the excitement in his heart, so he asked once again. Qin Xianer blinked her big eyes. He didn't say anything. He said that if I gave this item to the Alliance Master, it would ensure the Heavenly Law Alliance's safety. He also said that he had some matters to attend to, so he would be back soon. Hearing this, the faces of everyone, including Long Juexin, became slightly flushed. They had all misjudged Su Yu, as they had never expected that the treasure left behind by him would be so powerful. If Qin Xianer had not played with it herself, they would have all died miserably. In everyone's hearts, Su Yu had become an omnipotent and terrifying existence. As they laughed, they looked at Qin Xianer with reverence in their eyes. She was Su Yu's fiancée and his true love. After this, I will once again invite Su Yu to become the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master. I hope that some of you will look at the bigger picture. If you dare to act rashly for your own selfish reasons, even if I have to violate the Heavenly Law Alliance's rules, I will still kill all of you. Long Juexin had already made up his mind to hand over the Heavenly Law Alliance to Su Yu. Hearing this, the elders naturally understood what Long Juexin was referring to, and they all glared at Xiao Sui. Normally, they would only dislike such a person for being in the limelight, but now they hated him to the core. Chapter 635. Snorting inwardly, Xiao Sui was calm and unperturbed, showing an attitude of let them see what they want. This old man, Long Juexin, clenched his fists as a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Now that the Heavenly Law Alliance's elders had gone through a bloodbath, there were only 10 of them left. Losing any one of them would have a huge impact. More importantly, he had not violated any of the rules. As the Alliance Master, Long Juexin could not just casually frame him. Hence, even though he wanted to get rid of this old man, he could not do anything to him. Everyone, with Su Yu's magical treasure, we are temporarily safe. You can all relax. However, this is not the time for us to relax. Everyone, let's work together to repair the damaged spell immediately. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Long Juexin looked at the 18 broken seals. A look of deep shock appeared on his face. They had already experienced the enemy's joint attack technique during the previous great battle. It was unknown what kind of magical treasure the giant ring was, but it was able to gather many people's vital energy into one. It was extremely strange. Joint attack techniques were not rare in the Jinlong continent. Some factions also had their own joint attack techniques. However, their joint attack techniques had very strict requirements. Usually, they needed to set up a special spell in order to gather the power of the joint attack technique. Secondly, the joint attack techniques members had to be extremely familiar with their control of vital energy. The energies that each of the joint attack techniques members had to be very close to each other. The slightest mistake could cause the fusion of energies to become chaotic. Then, before they could harm the enemy, they would self-destruct, destroying the spell and injuring their own people. Hence, only a fixed team, which had practiced for a long time, could silently cooperate and release a powerful joint attack technique. Even so, there were very few uses for it. After all, which enemy would wait for you to set up the spell and wait for you to attack them? This disadvantage limited the joint attack technique's development. However, the otherworldly experts' crafting techniques were extremely shocking to the continent's experts. A simple ring magical treasure could directly replace the spell. Moreover, the ring magical treasure had the ability to coordinate and fuse energies. Regardless of the difference in the amount of energy that the joint attack technique's members used, it could perfectly coordinate and release a shocking power. In the past, when the Jinlong continent had sent troops to attack the enemy, the two sides had engaged in an unprecedented war. This ring had appeared in the enemy's camp many times, and there had been as many as 3 of them. After the joint attack, the power that was released was extremely destructive. The joint attack of 2 half-fairies might not be much, but what about 10? What about 100? In that battle, the number of Jinlong continent's experts who had died due to the joint attack technique far exceeded the number of people who had died in direct confrontation. To the experts of the Jinlong continent, this item was undoubtedly a nightmarish killing weapon. Everyone came back to their senses from the joy of surviving a disaster. Their hearts trembled. The enemy's main force was still here. Now was not the time to be happy. Soon, everyone joined in the repair of the restriction. As time passed, 4 layers of the formation were repaired. This way, it could resist the enemy's joint attack once, and it could barely be considered a little safer. Alliance Master, apart from this place, do we need to strengthen the other areas of the warship? Elder Chen's face was pale, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. If the enemy didn't have any other tricks, they could be considered to have successfully avoided this disaster. However, for safety reasons, he still asked casually, "No need." Long Jueshin replied without thinking, "This is the weakest area of the warship. The other areas are so sturdy that even the 18 layers of restriction cannot compare to them. If the enemy tries to attack the other areas, it will be futile. Even if they use their joint attack technique, they will not be able to break through it." In the previous battle, the Heavenly Law Alliance was attacked by 9 joint attack techniques, but it did not suffer any damage. You can rest assured about this. As long as we defend this area, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be impregnable. In fact, how could they not know how sturdy the Heavenly Law Alliance was? If not, the warship would have been destroyed by the joint attack technique during the previous battle. How could it still be preserved until now? Come, everyone, let's put in more effort and restore all 18 layers of restriction. Then we will be able to rest easy. Long Jueshin waved his hand. He was very happy in his heart. Everyone's faces finally revealed relaxed expressions. Although they looked tired, there were almost no casualties. It was a miracle that they had withstood the effects of this battle. After all, in the previous bitter battle, the enemy only had 150 half-fairies. Now, there were 100 of them. It could be considered a huge battle, yet they had no casualties this time. It was unbelievable. In the outside world, the devilish, purple-haired youth looked at the giant restriction with a gloomy expression. Wasn't that old man injured by the lightning tribulation? Where did this expert come from? Three crystals, half-fairy realm experts, stood respectfully beside him and listened to his orders. You should immediately contact Fu Tsongshan in secret. Such a person appeared in the Heavenly Law Alliance, yet he did not spread the news. Instead, he caused us to suffer heavy losses. The devilish, purple-haired youth snorted coldly. The 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts' personal guard immediately took out a strange-looking jade pendant and imbued it with his vital energy. However, the jade pendant was still dim, and it could not be activated no matter how hard he tried. The 3 crystals half-fairy realm expert's expression became unsightly, and he said hesitantly, "Commander, the jade pendant we placed in his head did not respond." He slapped. The devilish, purple-haired youth slapped the 3 crystals half-fairy realm expert, who had just spoken, and sent him flying. A bunch of trash. The devilish, purple-haired youth's face contorted, and he looked like an angry lion. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Back then, I spared this idiot's life in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds because he was still useful. I even gave him elixirs which allowed his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, so that I could get information about the Jinlong continent's enemies. He then added that Good-for-Nothing didn't manage to become the Heavenly Law Alliance's master after 2 years, and now he was killed. If such words were heard in the Heavenly Law Alliance, it would surely cause a huge commotion. Fu Tsangshan was actually a spy for the otherworldly experts. He had even wrongly accused Suyu and the others of being spies from the otherworld. Back then, when the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds underwent a change, Elder Jiu, Long Jueshin, and the others had no time to rush over. It was Fu Tsangshan who had led the team into the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to investigate the situation. However, none of the people who had gone and had returned, and only Fu Tsangshan had managed to escape. Not long after, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had replaced Long Jueshin as the Heavenly Law Alliance's strongest expert. After that, Fu Tsangshan had continuously gathered his trusted subordinates, and he had gradually gained control of the Heavenly Law Alliance. He had managed to fight against Long Jueshin, and he had even managed to seize the position a few days ago. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Suyu. No one had expected that Suyu's appearance would disrupt the otherworldly experts' plans. If Fu Tsangshan had still been in the Heavenly Law Alliance, he would have been able to create some chaos and cause the Heavenly Law Alliance to fall into disarray. The 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts didn't dare to utter a single word. They had only been able to find the Heavenly Law Alliance's specific location because of Fu Tsangshan's information. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence have happened? The Jinlong continent was such a vast area, yet their army had managed to catch up with them in such a remote place. Fu Tsangshan had secretly informed them of the Heavenly Law Alliance's general location, so they had spread out and patrolled the vicinity. It was only after the 2 patrollers had been killed that they rushed over and determined the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship's location. According to their original plan, Fu Tsangshan would create chaos in the Heavenly Law Alliance, and it would be best if the Heavenly Law Alliance didn't have a leader. Then, the otherworldly experts would take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, they didn't expect that the Heavenly Law Alliance would have such a hidden expert. The devilish, purple-haired youth could sense an unusual aura from this extraordinary magical treasure. He was afraid that they would have to face a thorny fairy expert. "Commander, what should we do?" the 3 crystals half-fairy realm expert asked. Since the spy had been killed, they had lost their eyes and ears, so they wouldn't be able to find out which expert was overseeing this place. The devilish, purple-haired youth looked at them coldly and revealed a ferocious aura. "Humph! I don't believe that I can't break this turtle shell." However, he was clearly aware of how terrifying this defense was, and he knew that they probably wouldn't be able to break it. All of a sudden, the devilish, purple-haired youth's mind lit up. "Stop attacking and immediately go to the middle of the warship to investigate." The 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts didn't understand what was going on, as the weakest part of the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship was obviously the center of the ship's belly. As for the other areas, they had already discussed them, and they knew that it was impossible for them to break it. The rest of the fairies spread out and went to the center of the warship to investigate. In the warship, they, who were paying close attention to the enemy's movements, became vigilant. "Alliance Master, are they looking for the warship's weak points?" Old Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. Judging from the way they attacked the center of the warship, it is obvious that they know where the warship's weak points are. Are they trying to look for the warship's other weak points? Long Jueshin had a bad premonition. If that's really the case, then it's great. Our warship's defenses are quite strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. So why do I feel so uneasy? Upon hearing him, The crowd looked at each other in dismay. The enemy's movements were indeed strange. However, they were still quite confident in the Heavenly Law Alliance's defenses. Among the crowd, only 5 people's expressions gradually changed, and they even became somewhat unsightly. The red-nosed elder averted his gaze and secretly looked at Xiao Sui. The other 3 people also looked at him, feeling quite guilty. If they didn't remember wrongly, Xiao Sui's small building space was made from the Heavenly Law Alliance's worship's materials. Moreover, it was coincidentally dug out from the center of the worship. Could it be that Xiao Sui's defense had a flaw because he had dug it out secretly? Could it be that the enemy just happened to know about it? Xiao Sui's heart thumped, as he had a bad premonition when the enemy was investigating the center of the worship. When he saw that the 4 elders were looking at him, his heart thumped even faster. However, he didn't show any signs of surprise on his face, and he coldly transmitted his voice to them. "Why are you panicking? I just took a portion of the materials, and since the worship is so strong, what could possibly happen to it? Moreover, don't we still have that lad Suyu's defenses?" Chapter 636. Xiao Sui's blatant threat made the 4 elders shudder. They were filled with regret. Xiao Sui had indeed caught hold of their weakness. Lust was like a knife over their heads. They felt remorseful, but they did not dare to make a sound. If they had reported it in time, they might have been able to rush over and work together to fix the hole. However, if they did so, they would definitely be implicated by Xiao Sui. At that time, they might not be able to escape death. Rather than seeking their own deaths, it was better to hide it for now. Perhaps the enemy might not even know about the place that had been excavated. Holding on to their wishful thinking, the 4 elders all chose to remain silent. They knew that once that loophole was discovered by the enemy, what awaited the Heavenly Law Alliance's crew members would be the other world's experts, and they would all be slaughtered. They knew that it was not too late to save their comrades. However, for their own lives, they chose to hide it and gamble everyone's lives. "What's wrong with you guys?" Long Jueshin asked suspiciously as he noticed that Xiao Sui and the other 4 elders' expressions were a little off. Hearing this, the 5 of them were shocked. The red-nosed elder struggled for a while, then cupped his fists and said, "We are just worried about the otherworldly people's sneaky actions, so we are exchanging our opinions." Xiao Sui snorted. "Alliance Master, your question really disappoints us. Could it be that we would do something that would harm the worship during a matter of life and death?" The other 3 elders also chimed in. Long Jueshin glanced at the 5 of them and said calmly, "The 5 of you seem to be getting closer." Xiao Sui retorted, "Why? Is there a new rule in the Heavenly Law Alliance that forbids the elders from befriending each other?" Long Jueshin's gaze turned cold. Xiao Sui had to refute every word, afraid that he would lose face in front of the others. Long Jueshin's murderous intent increased. He controlled his emotions and ignored the 5 of them. In the outside world, 10,000 miles away, on a barren, inconspicuous hill, a few figures were hiding among the fading grass. Swoosh! At that moment, a silver-haired figure flew over from the sky. It was Suyu, who had quietly left the Heavenly Law Alliance. He was holding a broken communication pendant in his hand, and his expression was one of worry. "Master." Luo Xiong, who was hiding, revealed a joyful expression. He led the 5 Annihilation Team members and flew out, bowing to welcome the master. Suyu waved his hand, his expression solemn. "You don't have to be so polite. Are they safe and sound?" Luo Xiong said seriously, reporting to the Alliance Master, Housemaster Z, and the others are safe and sound, and they have successfully met up with Phoenix Master Chiu. But Luo Xiong's face was filled with shame. "But we came too late. Phoenix Master Chiu is heavily injured and is being treated by Master Z and Master Lin." Su Yu's heart tightened. His phantom image drifted away and landed on the withered grass, which was as tall as a person. In the haystack there was a mess of figures. One was standing guard nearby, 2 were lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. 3 were sitting cross-legged with solemn expressions. Phoenix Master Chio's pale face, the blood stain at the corner of her mouth, and the bloody palm print on her abdomen made Su Yu's heart shudder. He then looked at the unconscious Xia Jingyu and Elder Jiu, who were both in a sorry state. It seemed like they had also been implicated in the battle. "How is Phoenix Lord Chiu?" Su Yu landed on the ground. Without saying a word, he immediately went behind her and channeled his vital energy into her, along with Housemaster Z and Lin Yunhe. When the vital energy entered her body, Su Yu's expression changed. Phoenix Master Chiu's injuries were more severe than he had imagined. 3 of her internal blood energy channels were broken, her internal organs were damaged, and her bones were broken. Although these injuries were severe, they could still be healed by vital energy. What was truly frightening was that her dantian had suffered an intense attack. Cracks had appeared on the vital energy crystal in her body, which she had condensed with great difficulty. A large amount of vital energy was leaking out of the vital energy crystal, which was wreaking havoc in her body. Wherever the vital energy passed through, it mercilessly destroyed her body. Moreover, the intense vital energy even affected her consciousness, causing her to fall into a coma. Now, she was relying on Zi Donglai and Master Lin's vital energy to suppress the uncontrollable vital energy. Otherwise, she would have already been killed by her own chaotic vital energy. It could be said that her life was in grave danger. How could it be so serious? Housemaster Z, Master Lin, what did you discover when you found her? Su Yu asked with a grave expression. He had really been in the Heavenly Law Alliance, guiding Sienner in her cultivation, when his communication jade pendant had suddenly shattered. It was Luo Xiong who had contacted him. He had only said one thing. Phoenix Master Chiu was in trouble. Su Yu had immediately rushed over. In order to prevent Sienner from being in danger, he had left behind 4 round pearls. He had no idea what had happened to them. Housemaster Z's expression was solemn. He shook his head and said, "We don't know either. We came to meet up with Phoenix Master Chiu according to the address you provided. However, when we arrived, we discovered that Phoenix Master Chiu was also unconscious on the ground. She was also severely injured. We didn't know who had attacked her and injured her." Master Lin looked at the injury on Phoenix Master Chiu's abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Based on my observation, Phoenix Master Chiu only suffered a palm strike. That palm strike was extremely terrifying, and it could have taken her life. However, for some unknown reason, she held back at the last moment. Hence, she was only severely injured. Otherwise, we would most likely be looking at her corpse." Su Yu looked at her abdomen, which was covered in blood. He could faintly see a clear but thin palm print. If he was right, it was a woman's palm print. The person who had injured Phoenix Master Chiu was a woman. Moreover, there was an extremely dangerous aura left in that palm print. When Su Yu took a look at it, he felt his eyelids twitch slightly. After taking a deep breath, Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold light. It was caused by a powerful fairy. "Housemaster Z, may I ask, apart from the otherworldly strong martial artists, how many fairies are there in the Jinlong continent?" Housemaster Z and Master Lin immediately fell into deep thought. It was obvious that Phoenix Master Chiu had not encountered an otherworldly strong martial artist. Otherwise, the other party would not have spared the lives of the 3 of them. This was especially true for Elder Jiu, who was on the list of otherworldly invaders must-kill targets. The only possibility was that the Jinlong continent's strong martial artists had attacked. Hearing this, the 2 of them fell into deep thought for a long time. If it was 2.5 years ago, I can confidently tell you that only Elder Jiu, the First World Senior, the King of Darkness, the mysterious Yu clan's old ancestor, and the 9th Saint Master were the only ones. There were only the 4 of them. However, Since 2.5 years ago, the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds has been opened, and the spiritual energy has increased tremendously. The reason why the Jinlong continent is unable to produce fairies is because the environment is too harsh and the spiritual energy is insufficient to produce fairies. However, 2.5 years ago, this condition was fulfilled. In the past 2.5 years, it is impossible to know whether some peak-level half-fairies have broken through to the fairy realm. Master Lin added, "According to what I know, the Empire of Darkness has the highest possibility of producing a fairy realm. They have a few experienced peak-level half-fairies, and they have cultivated to the pinnacle for many years. Now that the environment has improved, breaking through to the fairy realm will not be difficult. Perhaps a new fairy realm has already appeared." As such, it was impossible to determine who had injured Phoenix Master Chiu. However, if we can heal Phoenix Master Chiu's injuries and suppress the chaotic spiritual energy, she might be able to tell us who did this. Housemaster Z said. Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold light. He owed Phoenix Master Chiu a great debt of gratitude. Before this, he had even brought Xia Jingyu and Elder Jiu along to avoid the chaos in the Heavenly Law Alliance. It was also because of this that Su Yu had been able to cleanse Fu Songshan's faction without worrying about the safety of the 2 seriously injured people. He had never expected that Phoenix Master Chiu would end up in a coma because of her injuries. There was no reason for Su Yu to just stand by and watch. Moreover, Su Yu still needed Phoenix Master Chiu's help to cultivate the evil, destroying silver eyes and regain the light in his eyes. All right, let's suppress her vital energy first. As for the matter of healing her injuries, we can discuss it after we return to the Heavenly Law Alliance. There are many resources there which will be more beneficial for her recovery. Su Yu nodded solemnly. Housemaster Z and Master Lin were stunned. Returned to the Heavenly Law Alliance. If they returned with their current statuses, wouldn't they be walking right into a trap? After listening to Su Yu's explanation, they could not help but gasp. Fu Songshan's faction had been cleansed by blood? Not a single one was left alive. There were more than 10 elders, and he had killed them just like that? While they were shocked, they now had a whole new understanding of Su Yu. Not only was this lad powerful, but he was also very daring. I hope that after this incident, the Heavenly Law Alliance can recover. Going through such an ordeal might not be a bad thing for the Heavenly Law Alliance. Master Lin sighed softly. Next, the 3 of them worked together to suppress the scattered vital energy in Phoenix Master Chiu's body. After 2 hours, the vital energy in her body was slowly gathered, and it was finally forced back into the vital energy crystal. The 3 of them used their vital energy to envelop Phoenix Master Chiu's vital energy crystal, preventing her vital energy from leaking out again. All right, once we go back, I'll look up some information and see if I can find the corresponding elixir to treat her injuries. Su Yu is not relieved. However, I'm afraid that she will not wake up anytime soon. Housemaster Z comforted him. Her life is not in danger, and it is only a matter of time before she wakes up. You do not need to worry too much, as you have already done your best. Master Lin also smiled. We know that you are a person who will always repay kindness. I believe that she will wake up one day. Seniors, let's hurry back to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Now that the Heavenly Law Alliance has suffered a great loss, we need someone to hold the fort. We cannot leave for too long, Su Yu said, as he tried to help Phoenix Master Chiu up. A beautiful figure leapt over from the side. It was Zi Yunxiang, who had been keeping watch in secret. Let me do it. Zi Yunxiang's face was slightly flushed, but she did not dare to look at Su Yu. Her face was so red that it looked like it was going to drip. Su Yu thought about it for a moment, but he did not reject Zi Yunxiang's good intentions. After all, Phoenix Master Chiu came from the Phoenix Cabinet, and she had kept her chastity all her life. Hence, she probably would not want to be hugged by a man like him. Thank you, Yunxiang. Su Yu nodded to express his gratitude. No, it's nothing. Zi Yunxiang's beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart was thumping. She avoided Su Yu's gaze as she stammered. Su Yu nodded, then walked over to check on Xia Jingyu and Elder Jiu. Chapter 637. Looking at this scene, the people present all revealed strange expressions. It seemed as if Su Yu and Lord Yu of the Empire of Darkness had an unusual relationship. As Su Yu looked at Xia Jingyu, who was sleeping soundly in his embrace, his heart became heavy and filled with complex emotions. Just thinking about Xia Jingyu and Qin Xianer made Su Yu's heart flutter. Su Yu shook his head and suppressed his emotions. He then led the crowd toward the Heavenly Law Alliance. Warships. The people on the ship were vigilantly observing the movements of the people outside. They had almost examined every inch of the warship in great detail, as if they were searching for something. Along with the passage of time, the expressions of Xiao Sui and the others became more and more unsightly, and the chances of them getting lucky grew smaller and smaller in their hearts. The other party seemed to be sure that there was a problem with the center of the warship. At this moment, one of the two Crystal's half-fairy realm experts discovered something in the middle of the warship, and his expression became grave. He immediately left the guard that was searching for him and rushed back to the side of the devilish, purple-haired youth. Commander-in-Chief, somewhere in the middle of the battleship, there seems to be a weak spot, second only to the center of the ship. The guard had a proud look on his face. Hearing this, the devilish, purple-haired youth's expression tensed up, and he revealed a deep, cold smile. That trash, Fu Tsongshan, was right. There are some reckless elders in the Heavenly Law Alliance who have their eyes on the warship's materials, and they have secretly dug out a lot of them. It's true that you can escape the wrongs you bring upon yourself, but you can't escape the wrongs you bring upon yourself. No one can save you, bunch of idiots. The devilish, purple-haired youth sneered, and a cruel look appeared in his eyes. Restart the joint attack. Direction, the middle of the ship. With a command, the remaining 70 half-immortals once again gathered together and stood before the enormous ring. However, the ring had subtly adjusted its angle from the center of the ship's belly to a certain position in the middle of the ship. Moreover, the devilish, purple-haired young man had personally joined them. Alliance Master, the situation is bad. They adjusted the direction of their attacks, while the fairy realm expert, who was leading the team, also joined in the attack. It seems that they are very confident. Elder Chen's face darkened instantly. He was anxious and fearful. What happened? What did they find in the center of the ship? Long Jueshin also felt extremely uneasy. Everyone, prepare for battle. The situation might have changed. The faces of Xiao Sui and the other four turned ghastly pale, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Others might understand the situation, but how could they not? Bang! A huge roar resounded through the sky, and a beam of light that was 2,000 feet thick suddenly shot out from the ring. The power of this beam of light was twice as strong as the previous combined attack. It was all because of the addition of the fairy realm. An unprecedented destructive aura bombarded the four-colored light screen. Creak! The beam of light, which was twice the size of the previous one, was finally not reflected. Instead, it was stuck in a stalemate. The four-colored light screen creaked as if it couldn't bear the heavy load. It shook violently, a sign that it was about to break. Not good. The light screen is about to shatter. Long Jueshin shouted in a low voice. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Although everyone was shocked, they did not panic. The defensive formation had been broken, but they still had the sturdy warship itself. The central region was the toughest part of the warship. It was impossible to break through. Bang! With a loud bang, a 2,000 zhang wide hole appeared in the four-colored light barrier. That intense light beam seemed unstoppable as it struck the Heavenly Law Union's warship. Rumble! Another loud bang echoed out, and a scene that dumbfounded all of the Heavenly Law Union's sailors appeared. The central region, which was the toughest part of the warship, was like a piece of paper, and a 10-jong wide hole appeared. An intense light beam shot through the hole, and everything in its path was turned into ashes. The houses, the training grounds, and the panicking crowd, who couldn't escape in time, were all turned into ashes in an instant. Most of the people who died were geniuses who were supposed to be protected by the Heavenly Law Union. They were youths who were supposed to seek refuge, but they had all died tragically in the Heavenly Law Union. The powerful force not only destroyed a large part of the buildings in the central region of the worship, but it also forcefully pushed the Heavenly Law Union's worship several thousand jong away. The towering worship, under the vast and mighty force, collapsed with a loud bang. For a moment, the sky and earth spun, while the houses in the worship collapsed and the buildings were destroyed. The crowd's terrified screams and the loud sounds of many places collapsing mixed together to form a great disaster. Rumble, a loud noise that shook the ground, echoed out, and the Heavenly Law Union's worship, which had stood for 10,000 years, collapsed. The huge body of the worship smashed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust that covered 100 miles of the sky. As the dust settled, the terrified screams of the people in the worship, as well as the pained cries of their loved ones, could be heard. Only a few dozen people had been turned into dust by the light beam, but the worship's collapse had caused more than 1,000 casualties. For a moment, the entire worship was filled with wails, as if it was the end of the world. Long Jueshin and the others, who had barely managed to stabilize themselves within the worship's formation, were all pale. It's over. The Heavenly Law Union's worship is finished. Old Chin couldn't care less about his sorry state as he looked at the worship, which had collapsed everywhere. His aged face trembled as he muttered to himself. Long Jueshin's face turned pale, and he cried out in disbelief, "Impossible! It's impossible for the worship to be destroyed." He couldn't understand why, as even the joint attack technique couldn't destroy the worship's weakest point, let alone the worship's sturdiest part. Xiao Sui and the others, who were the only ones who knew the truth, were all pale. Xiao Sui would never have expected that his action of digging for materials would cause such destruction to the Heavenly Law Union. After all, the sturdiest fortress was usually destroyed from the inside. The Heavenly Law Union's destruction had been caused by Xiao Sui, who was just an insignificant parasite. After coming back to his senses, Long Jueshin didn't have the time to ask why the worship had been destroyed, so he hurriedly said, "Hurry to the central region. I hope that we can make it in time." Everyone's faces turned pale, as they knew that it was already too late. Even if they had prepared 15 minutes in advance, they would still have been able to form an effective defense. However, no one had expected that the central region would be destroyed. It was already too late for them to rush over now. Although they were unwilling to give up, they still responded to Long Jueshin's call and quickly rushed to the central region. "Elder Xiao Sui, what should we do?" The red-nosed elder's heart sank, and he wished that he could skin Xiao Sui alive. Although he had said that he had only dug out a small amount of materials, the defense of the worship, which was as thin as paper, told them that the arrogant Xiao Sui had dug a hole through the worship. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so weak. At this moment, the 4 elders, including him, were filled with regret. The destruction of the Heavenly Law Alliance's worship could have been single-handedly caused by them. Even if the 4 of them had warned the others in advance, they could have combined their strength to repair the hole. How could they have caused such a large number of casualties? How could they have caused the worship to capsize? They had only been greedy for pleasure, yet they had lost the greater good because of a small mistake. They had become the Heavenly Law Alliance's eternal sinners. Feeling the 4 elders' cold gazes, Xiao Sui felt a chill run down his spine. He was more panicked than anyone else, as he was the one who had caused such a huge disaster. "Why are you panicking? We didn't do anything wrong. Long Jueshin is useless and couldn't defend against the otherworldly invaders. Moreover, the magical treasure left behind by Su Yu is so weak. Even if we didn't dig out the materials of the worship, it would have been destroyed by the enemy sooner or later. So, what does this have to do with us? Xiao Sui argued. The four elders' hearts turned cold. Xiao Sui actually dared to say such sarcastic words. Don't worry. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything either. So who will know? At most, we will leave the Heavenly Law Alliance. After all, we have contributed to the Heavenly Law Alliance for so many years. We have already done our part, so there is no need for us to die with the Heavenly Law Alliance. Xiao Sui's eyes shone brightly. The four elders were shocked. Do you mean that we should take this opportunity to escape? The four of them looked at each other and secretly thought to themselves. They were already sinners of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Regardless of whether they could survive this calamity, it would be difficult for them to escape death. So, it was better to leave the Heavenly Law Alliance. Xiao Sui nodded. Yes, let's follow them immediately. We need to take advantage of the chaos to leave. Otherwise, Long Jueshin will definitely make a big fuss over a minor issue and punish us. The other four elders pondered for a moment. Their only option now was to leave the Heavenly Law Alliance. After saying this, the five of them quickly followed them. Along the way, Long Jueshin's heart sank. What he saw was a complete mess. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and wails could be heard everywhere. The warship was in a complete mess. The elders who had followed them all felt their hearts sink. In fact, many of the people who had died were familiar faces. Some of them were even familiar faces. Just a moment ago, they might have been talking to each other, but now they were separated by death. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, they rushed to the area that had been attacked. That area had almost become a vacuum zone. There were no ruins left, as everything had been turned into nothingness. The ferocious 100-foot gap was still exposed, and the remnant destructive aura still lingered in the air. It was a testament to the terrifying attack that had just taken place. Fortunately, even though the warship had been blasted apart, they had yet to launch a full-scale invasion. Hence, there were no traces of the enemy in the surroundings. Long Jueshin's despairing heart suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Quick, use your vital energy to seal the gap. Then, take the materials needed to build the warship from the storage room. I hope that we can make it in time. Upon seeing this, the elders, who were filled with worry, also felt a glimmer of hope. They quickly rushed over and used their remaining vital energy to seal the gap. We're not done yet. Old Chin was also very surprised. The enemy had not taken the opportunity to invade. Just like that, the group of elders who were overjoyed quickly started to inject their spiritual energy into the gap. After a short while, the 100-foot gap was covered by dense, vital energy. It could barely be considered a defense. It would not be easy for a half-fairy to break in. Alliance Master, it seems like the enemy has some concerns. Hence, they did not directly invade and created an opportunity for us. Old Chen's expression became much better. However, Long Jueshin did not dare to let his guard down. Yes, the enemy might have really been careless, but we cannot relax. Old Chin, take my badge and immediately go to the storage room to retrieve the sealed warship's materials. I hope that we can make it in time. Without further ado, Old Chen held the badge in his hand and rushed to the upper deck of the warship. At the same time, Suyu also rushed back. However, when he was 1,000 miles away, the ground suddenly trembled, causing the hearts of the people who were rushing back to shudder. What a powerful tremor! Did something happen? Housemaster Z was slightly shocked, as the tremors coming from such a far distance were definitely not ordinary. Luo Xiong's expression became grave. If I remember correctly, that should be the direction of the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship, right? Could something have happened to the Heavenly Law Alliance? Suyu shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be the Heavenly Law Alliance. I have left a defensive magical treasure behind. Coupled with the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship's materials, it should be fine. For safety's sake, we should immediately rush over to investigate. After the time it would take to drink half a cup of tea, Su Yu was standing on a mountain peak 20 miles away, his expression ice cold. The Heavenly Law Alliance's warship was destroyed. Luo Xiong's eyes widened, while his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. In front of them, the colossal object had collapsed on the ground, and a huge hole had been blasted open on its side. The ghastly scene shook everyone's heart. Who is it? Who possesses such terrifying power? Housemaster Z and Master Lin couldn't believe their eyes. Even though they hadn't stayed in the Heavenly Law Alliance for a long time, they clearly knew how sturdy the warship was. Luo Xiong's expression became grave, and he was filled with deep fear. That wasn't a single person's power, but a joint attack technique. He pointed his finger at the distant horizon, where a giant ring was floating in the void. He had seen such a scene on the battlefield before. Wherever the joint attack technique went, it would destroy everything in its path. However, there were only 20 people around the ring, while the rest of them were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 638. While Long Juexin and the others were busy repairing the hole, Old Qin rushed to the top of the warship with the Alliance Master's token in hand. A giant sealed ball was floating at the top of the warship. The ball didn't have any openings, and it was just spinning around quietly. There weren't any guards around it, and its defenses were even weaker than the Elder's lodgings. However, everyone in the Heavenly Law Alliance knew that this ball was the most important place in the Heavenly Law Alliance, apart from the Heavenly Law Corps. All the resources that the Heavenly Law Alliance needed were stored in this ball. Elixirs, techniques, magical treasures, materials, and all the other resources that supported the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were stored in this ball. Outsiders couldn't imagine that such a vital place didn't even have a single guard. Only the Heavenly Law Alliance's members knew that this ball was even sturdier than the warship. The ball itself was a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, and it was the magical treasure that the First World Senior carried with him. It had been left behind to this day to store the Heavenly Law Alliance's resources. Old Qin held the token in his hand and rushed to the ball. This ball could only be opened by the Alliance Master's token. After vital energy was infused into it, the ball would sense the token's existence and open the door. I hope that I can make it in time. Old Qin muttered to himself. The materials used to make the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship were unique in the Jinlong continent. It was said that they were harvested from another world, and they were extremely special. Not only were they extremely sturdy, but they also had extremely powerful properties. Before they were refined, they were in a liquid state, but after being refined by flames, they would turn into an extremely sturdy solid state. The huge Heavenly Law Alliance's warship was made of such a magical material. Although the warship was damaged, as long as he retrieved some liquid, he could repair the hole on the spot. There was still time. Old Qin gathered his vital energy and infused it into the token in his hand. A pattern that looked like a tortoise's pattern appeared on the token. Then the surface of the floating ball started to show the same pattern, and a crack that could only allow one person to pass through slowly opened up. A majestic spiritual pressure came from the crack. This was the pressure produced by the invisible spiritual energy gathered by the many treasures stored in it. Even Old Qin, who was one of the Alliance's elders, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Heavenly Law Alliance's 10,000 years of foundation was unmatched in the Jinlong continent, except for the Empire of Darkness. He didn't have time to sigh and immediately entered the crack. However, just as he stepped in, his expression suddenly changed, and he anxiously shouted, "Who's there?" He suddenly sensed that there seemed to be a strange aura behind him. That aura appeared extremely abruptly without any warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Old Chen's heart sank. He knew that it was not because the other party was too sudden, but because he was unable to detect the other party's presence with his current strength. Is this the place where the Heavenly Law Alliance keeps all kinds of treasures? An evil and lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. Old Chen's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head to look. A purple-haired young man clad in an indescribably evil armor had his arms crossed in front of his chest. He wore an evil smile on his face, and he was sizing up the huge ball in front of him with interest. It's you," Elder Chin gasped, as if something was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. The commander of the enemy army was actually in the Heavenly Law Alliance. It wasn't that they didn't seize the opportunity to rush in when the gap was broken, but that they had already entered and hidden well, so they didn't notice. Thinking of this, Old Chen's face was ashen. "Since you were already here, why didn't you attack earlier?" Old Chen's face sank as he asked in a low voice. The devilish purple-haired youth's eyes were still fixed on the ball, and he didn't even look at Old Chin. A two-crystals half-fairy might be an elder in the Heavenly Law Alliance, but in his eyes they were just like ants, which he could easily kill with a wave of his hand. As such, he didn't need to pay any attention to them. The devilish purple-haired youth didn't need to reply to his question, but he still wanted to play with him, so he curled up the corners of his mouth and said, "Hee, what do you think? If I had appeared at the very beginning, would you have opened this door?" This door could only be opened by the Heavenly Law Alliance's badge, and it also required a technique. So, without the Heavenly Law Alliance's master's permission, even if he had found this place, it would have been futile. The devilish purple-haired youth flicked a drop of blood from his fingertip, then said with a faint smile, "Although the savings of a remote and desolate place like yours are probably just junk, it's still better than nothing. So, before you are destroyed, I will reluctantly accept it on your behalf." Old Chen hated himself for being careless, as he had unexpectedly opened the storage room for the enemy. Old Chen's eyes flickered as he secretly infused his vital energy into the badge. Creak! The crack that had just been opened started closing once again. "Humph! In front of me! Do you think it's too late for you to play these little tricks?" The devilish purple-haired youth sneered and waved his hand casually. A wisp of hidden energy, which couldn't be detected by the naked eye, attacked Old Chen with a destructive power. Old Chen's face turned deathly pale, as the hidden energy of a fairy realm expert was extremely terrifying. Even though they were separated by 100 feet, Old Chen could feel that the hidden energy had sealed off the surrounding area. Regardless of which direction he tried to dodge, he wouldn't be able to escape from the range of the hidden energy. The boundless power contained in the hidden energy made Old Chen's face turn deathly pale. He was doomed. In his despair, Old Chen slowly closed his eyes and bitterly waited for his death. The devilish, purple-haired youth was expressionless, as if he was going to kill an ant that wasn't even worth mentioning. Suddenly, the devilish, purple-haired youth's eyes became grave, and he stared at the storage room in the crack. Slap! A dull sound echoed out as an old, shriveled, and lifeless palm stretched out from the crack that the person had just passed through. However, a powerful energy shot out of the palm. The fist energy and the hidden energy swelled in the air, and a dull sound echoed out as they destroyed each other. The devilish, purple-haired youth's expression was grave as he shouted in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Come out!" Thump! The sound of footsteps echoed out of the crack, as if it was walking on a person's heart. With every step, Old Chen felt his heart beat fiercely. After several consecutive steps, Old Chen felt his heart beating crazily, and his blood was boiling. He was overwhelmed with shock, and when he turned his head around to take a look, he saw a figure walking out of the crack. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "The First World Senior!" He was shocked to find that the First World Senior was in the storage room. "It's you!" The devilish, purple-haired youth was shocked. How could he not know about the corpse of the First World Senior of the Heavenly Law Alliance? During the battle between the two sides, the corpse had killed many otherworldly people. As such, as a corpse, his methods were extremely cruel, and it wasn't something that a living person could imagine. At this moment, after sensing the existence of a fairy realm expert, the corpse unexpectedly took the initiative to appear. He was wearing black clothes, and his left hand was holding a mysterious black box. His right hand was hanging down, and his empty eyes were lifeless. It was this corpse that had once been the pillar of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Roar! The first World Senior's throat emitted a low, inhuman roar, which made everyone shudder in fear. The devilish, purple-haired youth was vigilant, and he retreated a little to maintain a distance from the corpse. His face was ice-cold as he said, "You have all set up a trap and waited for me to come, am I right?" Old Chen's heart thumped. Wait, could this be the Alliance Master's scheme? You only realized it now. It's already too late. At this moment, a grave and cold voice transmitted from behind them, from behind the First World Senior's corpse. Another figure walked out of the crack. It wasn't anyone else but Long Jueshin, who was obviously repairing the hole in front of them. He held the Heavenly Law core in his left hand, while his right hand weaved signs. Layers of spatial ripples slowly retreated from his body. Old Chin felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Long Jueshin controlled the Heavenly Law core, so he was aware of every single movement in the warship. So, how could he not have noticed so many people barging in? However, these people hid themselves after barging in, and they didn't attack immediately. It seemed as if they had other motives. So, Long Jueshin decided to beat them at their own game, and he lured them to a place where there were fewer people. What was even more fortunate was that the devilish, purple-haired youth was the only one who had tailed them. Long Jueshin used the Heavenly Law core to open a transportation spell that led to the storage room, which no one knew about, and brought the First World Senior along with him. Humph, you seem to have forgotten that I still have many powerful subordinates, right? The devilish, purple-haired youth's face sank. He had always prided himself on his intelligence, but he had never expected that he would be ambushed. The Heavenly Law core in Long Jueshin's left hand shone with a red light. Then a loud rumbling sound was heard. Huge walls fell from all around them, surrounding the entire storage room and sealing off the entire upper level within a radius of 10,000 feet. The giant walls were made of the same material as the warships, and they were extremely sturdy. It was impossible for ordinary ferries to break through them. They were all sealed off. I don't think you can contact your subordinates, Long Jueshin said coldly. The devilish, purple-haired youth's face sank once again. As expected, it was impossible for such an important storage room to be unprotected. These giant walls were the best weapons to seal off any intruders. Without the cooperation of his subordinates, it would be impossible for him to break through the giant walls and escape. How dare a mere ant like you plot against me? The devilish, purple-haired youth's face became gloomy as he suddenly attacked. A green longbow appeared in his hand, with a golden arrow attached to it. He quickly pulled the bow apart, and the golden arrow shot toward the Heavenly Law core in Long Jueshin's palm like a ray of light. After shooting through it, the Heavenly Law Alliance's warship immediately disintegrated. Swoosh! However, Xian Yi's figure flashed, and the First World Senior's corpse teleported in front of Long Jueshin. Ding! A crisp sound was heard as the terrifying golden ray of light struck the First World Senior's chest. However, it was as if it had struck an iron wall. Crack! The golden arrow bounced off and fell to the ground. Cracks densely covered the surface of the arrow. The devilish, purple-haired youth let out a breath of cold air. What a strong body! This attack was almost his strongest attack, but it couldn't even hurt a hair on his body. The rumors were true. The First World Senior was most likely a powerful person when he was alive, and his corpse had never changed. During the great battle between the two sides, the corpse was attacked by 3 otherworldly fairies, yet it didn't suffer any injuries. Instead, one of the otherworldly fairies was torn to shreds by the corpse. Chapter 639. Let go of this place, and I will immediately retreat with my men. Otherwise, they will start a massacre if they don't see me. Do you think that you can stop this half-immortal army with just a few good-for-nothings elders? Moreover, there are still a few useless elders among your elders who can't do anything right. If you don't want to see the Heavenly Law Alliance become a bloodbath, do as I say, as I will only give you one chance. Are they going to let this matter go? Long Jueshin's mind was filled with mournful cries of pain, as well as the bodies that had been destroyed forever. He coldly shook his head. It's too late. No matter what kind of price you have to pay, you must pay with your blood. He had killed so many of their people, yet he wanted to leave just like that? Even if he could agree, could the dead people agree? No matter what, he had to kill him. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea is enough. Long Jueshin shouted in a low voice. The First World Senior's corpse seemed to have sensed something, as he let out a beast-like roar. His black-clothed body turned into an afterimage. Almost instantly, the devilish, purple-haired youth let out a miserable shriek. His right arm was covered in blood, which was scattered all over the sky. There was even a claw mark on his chest, which was so deep that his bones could be seen. If it had been any deeper, he would have been ripped apart. As the devilish, purple-haired youth screamed, his heart was filled with fear. It was too terrifying. He felt that he wasn't fighting a human, but a bloodthirsty and peerless, ferocious beast. His opponent's claw had been about to tear him in two, but he had reacted quickly and used his right arm to counteract most of the power. Otherwise, he would have been the one dead. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the First World Senior's palm was covered in blood, and his face was also covered in it. It gave off a bloody feeling which made people shudder. At this moment, the First World Senior's empty eyes fell on him once again, and he let out a low roar. The devilish, purple-haired youth was terrified, as he knew that he couldn't block a second attack. At this critical moment, the devilish, purple-haired youth let out a loud roar and crushed a jade pendant in his bosom. "Sir, save me." As the jade pendant exploded, spatial fluctuations surged out. A spatial crack appeared in the sealed space, and a dignified, middle-aged man wearing red armor stepped out of it. He had a square head and big ears, and he exuded a powerful aura. There was a dragon imprint on his forehead. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Compared to the devilish, purple-haired youth, this person's aura was truly terrifying. The soaring dragon, Saint Master. Long Jueshin sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyelids twitched, and his heart trembled. They had studied the enemy's commander before. There were two types of them. The first type was the one who led the troops during the battle, like the devilish, purple-haired youth, who was a military governor. They were the most commonly seen type, as most of the fairies that the Jinlong continent came into contact with were of this type. Their strengths varied, and the weakest among them was the devilish, purple-haired youth, who was a level 1 fairy, while the strongest was a level 3 fairy. However, there was another type that stayed behind the scenes and would not show themselves. That was the Holy Lord that he mentioned. Saint Master was what they called themselves, and their symbol was that anyone with the status of a Saint Master would have the mark of a flying dragon on their forehead. Hence, they were also known as the Flying Dragon Saint Master in the Jinlong continent. Their numbers were unknown, and their strength was even more unknown. They only knew that, at the most crucial moment of the battle, one of the enemy's Saint Masters attacked. At that time, just as the First World Senior was slaughtering everyone and tearing apart a fairy realm expert, a Saint Master appeared and forced the otherworldly army to retreat in fear. He called himself the 5th Saint Master, and with just a palm print, he blasted the First Universe Senior deep into the ground. As such, the situation of the battle changed, and the human race retreated in defeat, while the otherworldly world launched a large-scale counterattack. The 5th Saint Master turned the situation around by himself. However, no one had seen his face clearly, and everyone could only see a blurry light figure appear before defeating him. That battle was the only time that the Jinlong continent had witnessed the soaring dragon Saint Master, and it was also the last time. However, no one expected that, just as they were about to kill the enemy's military governor, another soaring dragon Saint Master would appear. "Greetings, 8th Saint Master." The devilish, purple-haired youth was overjoyed, and he knelt down on one knee to pay his respects. The dignified, middle-aged man's body was surrounded by a terrifying aura, and he calmly glanced at the devilish, purple-haired youth's severed arm. Trash! A dignified military governor actually fell for such a trap. Upon hearing this, the devilish, purple-haired youth did not even dare to breathe loudly, and he frantically refuted the middle-aged man. In front of the soaring dragon Saint Master, he seemed extremely respectful. However, I did not come here in vain, as I have finally lured this corpse out. Thank you, 8th Saint Master. The devilish, purple-haired youth was extremely happy, as if such a small contribution was a great temptation. Upon hearing this, Long Jueshin's heart thumped, and he asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Is your target the first universe senior?" From their conversation, Long Jueshin understood the underlying meaning behind their words. The devilish, purple-haired youth glanced at him disdainfully. "Is a faction like yours worth the Saint Master's attention?" Swoosh! At this moment, the first universe senior charged over like a ghost, and he attacked the devilish, purple-haired youth crazily. His terrifying physical strength was enough to tear the devilish, purple-haired youth into pieces at any moment. The 5th Saint Master was dealing with another important matter, and only a clone was sent to deal with it. Otherwise, he would have captured this corpse long ago. Why would he wait until now? The 8th Saint Master calmly said as he calmly took out a ball from his hand. Its whole body was filled with a powerful lightning power, and its might wasn't any weaker than the disastrous thunder in Elder Joe's body. If you were alive and possessed such a powerful body, I would have to run for my life if I saw you. However, it's a pity that you are just a remnant soul, and you have been sleeping underground for tens of thousands of years. In fact, you have almost become an evil soul. Thus, lightning is more than enough to deal with you. Sizzle! A disastrous thunder, which was as thick as an arm, shot out of the ball and struck the first universe senior's body. Roar! As he roared, black smoke came out of the first universe senior's body, and he immediately retreated. His empty eyes looked at the flying dragon on the 8th Saint Master's forehead, and he seemed quite afraid of it. In the past, when Su Yu and a few deputy palace masters had entered the underground ruins, it had been filled with evil beings. The first universe senior's corpse had been sleeping there for a long time, so it was impossible for it to remain unaffected. It was obvious that the first universe senior was just a dead person, and his remnant soul had never been extinguished. Hence, his evil energy was suppressed by the lightning. Go! The 8th Saint Master chuckled, as if he had already expected this to happen. He then threw the lightning ball into the sky. Sizzle! The lightning ball exploded, and a giant net, which was made of disastrous thunder, appeared from within it. It then enveloped the first universe senior. The first universe senior roared loudly and tried to open his eyes. However, when he came into contact with the lightning net, a crackling sound echoed out of his body, while black energy appeared within it. His body's powerful body couldn't be used at all. As he roared, the first universe senior was enveloped by the lightning net, and he was tightly bound by it. It's done! The 8th Saint Master's expression was relaxed as he clapped his hands. His gaze swept over the first universe senior's body, then fell on the jade box in his hand. This should be the jade box that the 5th Saint Master is looking for. The door is sealed within the jade box, and it is rumored that there is also a purple gold imperial robe, which is a finished spiritual artifact. Even though he is already dead, he is still carrying out his duty for the fallen Wang Jinzhong. It was unknown which king he was referring to. The 8th Saint Master tried to grab the jade box, but when he furrowed his brows, he discovered that the jade box was being held firmly by the first universe senior's corpse. Even though he was enduring the pain of the lightning, he still instinctively grabbed the jade box. With his powerful body, the 8th Saint Master tried to revolve his vital energy, causing the whole worship to shake slightly. However, he still couldn't separate the jade box from his arm. Humph! The 8th Saint Master coldly snorted and took out a snow-white dagger which shone with a cold light. It emitted a shocking spiritual pressure, which wasn't any weaker than the Heavenly Law Alliance's worship. It was shockingly a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. The 8th Saint Master's gaze flickered coldly, and he twisted his wrist. His snow-white arm drew a cold light in the air as it slashed at the First Universe Senior's arm. He was planning to cut off his arm along with the jade box. Clang! However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. When the semi-manufactured spiritual artifact's dagger slashed at the First Universe Senior's arm, it only left a shallow mark. Hiss! The toughness of his physical body is probably on par with that of a divine master. The 8th Saint Master was slightly shocked. As expected of the king's personal guard, even though he has been dead for so long, his body is still so powerful. The mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion had many Divine Master's relics. However, they either didn't have their corpses or only had their white bones left. Moreover, they had only lived in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion for 100 years. In the Jinlong continent, 10,000 years had passed. However, the First Universe Senior's corpse didn't show any signs of rotting. In fact, even after 10,000 years, it wasn't any weaker than a Divine Master's. His cultivation level when he was alive could be imagined. The 8th Saint Master kept the white dagger and instructed, "Forget it. Take the jade box and the corpse away and hand them over to the 5th Saint Master. Only he can deal with them." Understood. The devilish, purple-haired youth took out a pair of gloves, which had 5 colors. They were made of thunder herb, which didn't fear the power of lightning. With a suction force, he grabbed the First Universe Senior along with the lightning net. The 8th Saint Master brushed off the dust on his body and said expressionlessly, "Next up is the Heavenly Law Alliance. You can deal with them however you want. You just need to capture all the young women alive." The 5th Saint Master has reached the final stage of his cultivation, and his divine technique is about to be completed. As such, he needs more virgin women to cultivate. Understood. Thank you for your advice, 8th Saint Master. The devilish, purple-haired youth smiled. He then looked at Long Jueshin with a ferocious gaze. "You want to scheme against me? I want you to die a horrible death." Swoosh! He waved his left arm, and a golden light shot out of his sleeve. It was a golden arrow. The speed of the arrow was as fast as lightning. Long Jueshin's heart sank. Even the First Universe Senior had been easily subdued. How could half-fairies like them possibly survive in front of 2 fairies? Crack! The golden arrow wasn't aimed at Long Jueshin, but at the Heavenly Law core in his palm. As a crisp, cracking sound echoed out, the Heavenly Law core suffered a great deal of damage, and numerous cracks appeared on its crystalline body. Then, with a bang, it exploded into countless pieces. Long Jueshin's face turned deathly pale. The warship had disintegrated. Buzz! Buzz! The Heavenly Law Alliance's warship quickly disintegrated, and its sturdy body quickly melted, turning into a liquid state. The giant wall that bound them also quickly turned soft and melted into a liquid state. Hee. Killing you so easily will be letting you off lightly, the devilish, purple-haired youth said coldly. "I want you to witness how my subordinates will slaughter the men in the warship, and how your women will be captured by us for the 5th Saint Master's pleasure." The devilish, purple-haired youth had a sinister smile on his face. The moment the giant wall opened, he coldly ordered, "Everyone listen to my orders! Kill all the men, capture all the young women alive, and don't let any of them escape." His guards were just outside the giant wall, and they had probably already gathered there. As soon as he gave the order, the Heavenly Law Alliance's fate was sealed. What awaited them was a bloody massacre. However, a thick stench of blood suddenly drifted over from outside the wall. The devilish, purple-haired youth furrowed his brows. Did they start a massacre without any orders? When he opened his eyes and looked outside, he saw that the ground outside the giant wall was littered with charred corpses. There were more than 50 corpses, and all of them were badly mutilated. Amidst the stench of blood, a thick stench assaulted his nostrils. From the remnants of their clothes and weapons, he could tell that they were all his subordinates. Moreover, all of his subordinates had been burnt to death, and not a single one of them had managed to escape. His pupils contracted. It was impossible. Who could instantly kill more than 52 crystals, half Fairy Realm experts, as well as three crystals, half Fairy Realm experts? Even the 8th Saint Master would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. Suddenly, his pupils contracted even more, as he saw a youth standing in the middle of a pile of charred corpses. He wore black clothes, had a head full of peculiar silver hair, and had a face as handsome as a celestial being's. The youth was holding a fiery red umbrella in his left hand, while his right hand was behind his back. There was also a pink Kirin on his shoulder, which was yawning lazily. Amidst the bloody scene, the picturesque youth holding the umbrella was completely out of place. However, such a youth caused the devilish, purple-haired youth's heart to thump wildly. Who are you? Suyu raised his eyes slightly. His calm face did not change at all, and one could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Only those who knew Suyu well knew that the calmer he was, the more frightening he was. What do you think? Suyu slowly closed the red lotus, incredible umbrella as he calmly asked. The devilish, purple-haired youth's eyes became serious as he shouted in a deep voice, "Stop putting on an act. Let me ask you, did you kill them? Apart from you, who else?" Right at this moment, a dignified and extremely solemn voice came from behind him. "Step down!" The devilish, purple-haired youth was startled. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the 8th Saint Master's expression was even more grave than when he was facing the first World Senior. His heart thumped, and when he looked at the peculiar silver-haired youth once again, he had a bad feeling about this. "Sir, can you let us go? I did not know that there was an expert like you in the Heavenly Law Alliance, so please forgive me." What shocked the devilish purple-haired youth was that even though the otherworldly army had been completely slaughtered, the 8th Saint Master did not even say a word in rebuttal. Instead, he directly begged him to let them go. If one looked carefully, one would see that the 8th Saint Master's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. His palms were already drenched in sweat. Chapter 640. Do you know me? Suyu frowned slightly. I don't know him. The 8th Saint Master averted his gaze, not daring to look Suyu in the eye. A strange look flickered in Suyu's eyes, and he said calmly, "So you know who I am? Well, stand aside and I will ask you later." Hearing this, the 8th Saint Master didn't hesitate at all. His forehead was filled with cold sweat, and he stepped aside. He didn't even try to escape. His attitude was extremely respectful. This scene caused the violet-haired young man to be shocked to the extreme. What was the background of this peculiar, silver-haired youth? How could a dignified, holy master be afraid of him to such an extent? Were you the one who destroyed the dry cloud, 5 elemental formation, and the warship? Suyu looked at the devilish, purple-haired youth and asked calmly. The devilish, purple-haired young man suddenly felt that a great calamity was about to befall him. He retreated continuously and looked at the 8th Saint Master for help. However, at this moment, the 8th Saint Master lowered his head and did not even dare to look at him. "Your Excellency, I didn't mean to offend you, so please forgive me." The devilish, purple-haired youth felt an indescribable pressure emanating from Suyu, and his heart trembled as he spoke. "Forgive me?" Suyu shook his head slightly. The 8th Saint Master hadn't lost a single soldier, so Suyu could talk about it later. However, he had destroyed the warship and caused many casualties. Instead, they were begging him for forgiveness. Even though Suyu wasn't a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance, he still couldn't forgive him. "Since you have come here, then stay here forever," Suyu said calmly. The devilish, purple-haired young man's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even think before he turned around and fled. Sensing the threat of death, the young man's potential was stimulated. His figure soared into the sky like a stream of light, passing through the cracks of the melted battleship and flying out. Once he charged out, it would be difficult for Suyu, who was only a level 1 fairy, to catch up to him. The gap was not far. In a breath's time, the young man flew over and was about to pass through the gap. Suddenly, a pink mist filled the air in front of the crack, and a palm-sized Qilin walked out of the pink mist. Moreover, a small hoof fiercely stomped over. Ah! The devilish, purple-haired young man cried out in pain. His face was bruised and swollen, and he held his face as he howled in pain. Little Qilin raised its head high with a complacent look on its face. "I'll kill you." The devilish, purple-haired youth flew into a rage. At this critical moment, a beast had blocked his way. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a cold voice came from behind him. "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill anyone except yourself." Whoosh! A cold, air-piercing sound reverberated in his ears. The devilish, purple-haired youth's hair stood on end, and a sense of danger enveloped his heart. However, his reaction was extremely fast, and he didn't even think before shaking out 2 pieces of paper figurines from his sleeve. The paper dolls were surrounded by vital energy and grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 devilish, purple-haired youths. Their bodies were as thin as paper, and only their appearances were exactly the same as the purple-haired youth. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. It was unknown what material the paper man was made of, but it actually managed to block the small golden sword for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. Chila! With a flip of the small golden sword, the paper man was immediately cut open as if it was cutting through mud. The devilish, purple-haired youth's scalp went numb. Semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. His paper man was a top-grade, high-grade divine artifact, and it was extremely tough. After testing it, many self-proclaimed sharp, semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts could only leave some marks on it. This was the first time that it had been cut open. However, the appearance of the 2 paper men gave him time to dodge. Don't push it too far. Neither of us wants to see a life-and-death struggle, right? The devilish, purple-haired youth returned to the battleship and wore a 5-colored glove. It was a glove made of thunderherb. At the same time, he took out a hammer that was glistening with tears from his sleeve. The tribulation lightning in here is enough to kill all of you. Although I might also be attacked, none of you will have an easy time. The devilish, purple-haired youth shouted angrily. At this moment, the 8th Saint Master raised his head, and his pupils shrank slightly. His dignified face immediately darkened. "Beast, put it down. Do you want to kill me as well?" The devilish, purple-haired youth was afraid, but as death approached, his courage increased. "Humph! Put it down so that you can come and save me." 8th Saint Master, you didn't even try to resist. I have to say that you are a disgrace among the Saint Masters, the devilish, purple-haired youth said hatefully. The 8th Saint Master was left speechless. He stared at the magical treasures and said, "Sir, be careful. These are magical treasures bestowed by the 8th Saint Master. They were originally bestowed upon the 7th Saint Master, and he was supposed to escort them. I didn't expect that he would dare to touch the treasures bestowed upon him by the 5th Saint Master. He is really daring. This magical treasure is a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, and it contains a shocking, disastrous thunder. Anyone below the 2nd level fairy realm will be instantly annihilated. He didn't refine this treasure, so he can't control the disastrous thunder within it. Once he activates it, it will not only kill him, but it will also kill us. Most of the crew members on the battleship will be killed," the 8th Saint Master explained to Suyu. Suyu's gaze was calm as he pondered. Who are the 5th Saint Master and the 7th Saint Master? Suyu had probably heard of the Saint Masters before any of the ordinary people in the Jinlong continent. In the past, when he had successfully activated the pure divine decree, the ninth Saint Master had claimed that he was suppressing Suyu on behalf of heaven. However, it was fortunate that the Heavenly Law Alliance had appeared and fought with the First World Senior. Thus, Suyu had managed to avoid a disaster. Now he had heard of the 8th Saint Master, the 7th Saint Master, and the 5th Saint Master. "All right, I got it," Suyu replied casually. He then took a step forward, his gaze ice cold. "Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it yourself?" The devilish, purple-haired youth was frightened when he saw Suyu approaching him. Is this guy really not afraid of death? This pair of magical treasures had been used by the 5th Saint Master before, and its might was astonishing. Even the 8th Saint Master was afraid of it, let alone the half-fairy Suyu. "Fine, you asked for it. Even if I have to suffer heavy injuries, I will still kill you." The devilish, purple-haired youth clenched his teeth. Perhaps the disastrous thunder would turn him into ashes, but if he didn't use it, he would surely be killed by the youth in front of him. He could only risk his life and give it a try. He imbued his vital energy into the hammer with his left hand. Immediately, the lightning that was swimming around the hammer became restless. Many red lightning bolts seemed like small snakes that were jumping around. Many wisps of destructive energy were emitted from the hammer, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a red, disastrous thunder, which was as thick as an arm, suddenly shot out, bringing with it an earth-shattering might. As soon as it appeared, a scorching aura appeared in the air. All of them who were within a radius of 10,000 feet felt their entire bodies go numb. It was as if there were tiny lightning bolts coursing through their flesh. At the same time, their hearts started to tremble uncontrollably. Everyone's eyes were reflecting the red, disastrous thunder, and their hearts were in their throats. The feeling of being infinitely close to death surged crazily in everyone's hearts. Long Jueshin and Old Chen's body stiffened. Facing the real disastrous thunder, they couldn't even move an inch. The destructive will within the disastrous thunder made it so that they didn't even have the heart to resist it. Even the 8th Saint Master's expression changed drastically. He quickly used his vital energy to protect his body, and he even took out several defensive magical treasures. Even so, the 8th Saint Master's face was still as pale as a sheet, and his heart was filled with despair. How could a mere grade 2 fairy like him block a magical treasure that had been used by the 5th Saint Master? However, he didn't panic like Long Jueshin and Old Chin. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Suyu. Everyone else was trembling with fear, but Suyu didn't seem to care about the terrifying, disastrous thunder as he slowly approached the devilish, purple-haired youth. Die. The devilish, purple-haired youth was truly frightened by Suyu. Suyu didn't even try to defend himself as he continued to walk towards him. Roar! Indistinctly, it sounded like the angry roar of a thunder dragon. The red, disastrous thunder turned into a fragmentary shadow as it escaped from the all. However, just as the disastrous thunder left its body, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Suyu didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, and a 5-colored armor appeared in his palm. He then pressed it against the red, disastrous thunder. The angry sound of thunder, which had filled the sky, suddenly stopped. The red, disastrous thunder was directly suppressed by the 5-colored palm and forced back into the all. This scene caused Long Jueshin and Old Chin to widen their eyes in disbelief. Suppressing the disastrous thunder with just one hand. Is this something that a human can do? The 8th Saint Master's pale face regained some color, and a bitter, self-mocking smile appeared on his face. I really ran into this little monster. The devilish, purple-haired youth was stunned. His whole body stiffened, and he couldn't move an inch. His heart was filled with bewilderment. How could disastrous thunder be forcefully suppressed? Swoosh! His palm was empty, as the all in his hand had been taken away by Suyu. Chapter 641. The devilish, purple-haired youth came back to his senses, his face as red as a pig's liver. As he looked at Suyu, he felt as if he was facing the fifth Saint Master. It was as if the latter could decide his life and death with just a thought. His heart was filled with despair, and he had no hope of escaping. Even the strongest tribulation, lightning, was suppressed by a single hand. What other methods did he have? The devilish, purple-haired youth's heart turned cold as he glanced at the mangled corpses on the ground. If he waited for Suyu to attack, his end would not be any better than theirs. In fact, it might even be more miserable. He was the one who had destroyed the Heavenly Law Alliance's worship, so there was no reason for them to let him die so easily. The devilish, purple-haired youth struggled in his heart as he thought of the possibility that he would be buried in the raging flames and burned to death. Rather than dying miserably, it was better to end it himself. For him, who had no hope of escaping, this was his only choice. I will remember all of you. The devilish, purple-haired youth's heart was filled with sorrow. Just a moment ago, he was still a commander-in-chief, but a moment later, he was forced to commit suicide. It was all thanks to Suyu that they were in such dire straits. With a vengeful look in his eyes, the demonic, purple-haired young man bellowed furiously, and the jinchi in his body surged to the top of his head. Puff! Like a fountain, fresh blood burst out of the top of his head and sprinkled into the air. His eyes quickly dimmed, and his corpse crumpled to the ground like soft mud, without any signs of life. Long Jueshin and Old Chen were both dumbfounded, and if they hadn't witnessed such a scene with their own eyes, they would have just treated it as a joke. The scene in front of them made them fall into deep shock. What kind of desperate situation had a fairy realm been forced into that he would choose to commit suicide? When they looked at Suyu again, both of them were anxious. Suyu, who was not emitting any sort of aura, gave them a sense of majesty. That kind of pressure made it difficult for them to get close to him. The eighth Saint Master looked at the corpse of the devilish, purple-haired youth and silently sighed. A long while ago, the other party had angrily scolded him for surrendering without a fight, saying that it was a disgrace to the Saint Masters. As he thought of this, he sighed in his heart. It's not that I surrendered without a fight. It's just that I know that if I resist, your fate will be my future. Suyu calmly averted his gaze and looked at the eighth Saint Master coldly. Now, tell me, how do you know me? As for the origins of the Saint Master and the other worldly experts, Suyu already had an answer in his heart. The eighth Saint Master hesitated as he looked at Long Jueshin and Old Chin. Both of them understood what he meant. Senior Su, I will go and gather the scattered sailors. Long Jueshin and Old Chin no longer dared to call him by his name. Suyu nodded. All right, let's appease them first. The warship was disintegrating, and everyone was panicking. They needed the Alliance Master to step in. After a short while, only the two of them and the bound First World Senior were left in the room. Tell me, how did you know about me? Suyu asked. The eighth Saint Master hesitated for a moment before he forced a smile and said, Forget it. It's not a secret anyway. I come from the world of Jojo. I believe that when you came into contact with the geniuses of Jujo in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, you should have already known of its existence. In this world, the Jinlong continent is not the only one. In comparison, the Jinlong continent is insignificant. In Jojo, it is just a small human city. Hearing this, Suyu's heart contracted fiercely. The vast Jinlong continent was only equivalent to a city in Jojo. How vast would such a city be? What kind of world was the 9 states? Since you know about the existence of Jojo's geniuses, how could Jojo overlook you? The eighth Saint Master said, Your name is quite famous among the Central Prefecture guards. You are an outstanding genius who came from a barren land, and you have fought against many famous top-notch geniuses in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Heaven's Pride Lu Chui, the greatest genius of all time, Gu Taishu, as well as several famous divine master clones, were all defeated by you. You have such an illustrious battle record, so it would be difficult not to notice you. Su Yu's gaze became ice cold. How did you know? Were you also spying on me that day? Sensing Su Yu's killing intent, the 8th Saint Master's heart shuddered. He hurriedly said, Your Excellency, please calm down. We aren't from the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. So how could we have entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion under their strict surveillance? We just have another method to observe the general situation in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. As such, we can vaguely sense any intense fluctuations. He then added, We detected that all of those people had appeared and fought against you. However, all of them were defeated. Su Yu's expression became even colder. Does this mean that all of you witnessed the entire battle? He had used all of his treasures and cultivation techniques during the battle. Many of them were things that couldn't see the light of day, such as prototypes of fairy artifacts. The 8th Saint Master laughed bitterly. Your Excellency, you don't need to worry. It is an extremely difficult task to avoid the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' eyes and ears while observing the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. So, how could we possibly observe it so clearly? We could only vaguely sense who won and who lost, but we don't know anything about the process of your battle. Even your image was barely seen at the last moment, and we used all of our power to observe it. Is that so? Su Yu carefully observed the 8th Saint Master's gaze. After he ascertained that he wasn't lying, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was no wonder that the 8th Saint Master had surrendered without even fighting him. Any grade 2 fairy would probably be terrified of Su Yu's power, which could kill even a divine master's clone. However, what they didn't know was that Su Yu couldn't use his powerful Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture, 5 elemental strong thunder seal, and the evil ghost bloodline for the time being. Su Yu could only rely on the fusion of the origins now. Moreover, he wouldn't easily use any techniques that could seriously injure him. With his current power, he could at most deal with a level 3 fairy. However, Su Yu had a new question. The 8th Saint Master kept mentioning the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and it seemed like he was their enemy. Now, tell me your identity, Su Yu said. The 8th Saint Master didn't dare to hide anything. I am the 8th Commander of the Central Prefecture's Black Shadow Guards, Wu Hen. Central Prefecture? This was the first time Su Yu had heard such a title. The Jiuzhou continent is divided into 9 prefectures, and the Central Prefecture is one of them. The Central Prefecture's guards are the guards of the Central Prefecture's king, and they are divided into the Bright Light Guards and the Black Shadow Guards. The Bright Light Guards are responsible for protecting the Central Prefecture's king, while the Black Shadow Guards work in the dark and deal with the Central Prefecture's king's shady affairs. Everyone had their own secrets, even kings. Since ancient times, which of the emperors of the mortal dynasties didn't have their own secret and mysterious forces to deal with matters that couldn't be dealt with openly? The Central Prefecture's king wasn't an exception. What is the relationship between the Central Prefecture and the 18 blessed and heavenly lands? Su Yu asked. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands are located at the border of the Central Prefecture, and they are a region that refuses to submit to us. They are guarded by 2 all-creation old monsters, and they refuse to merge with the Central Prefecture's king. They are a thorn in the Central Prefecture's king's side. He then added, Due to some special reasons, it isn't convenient for the Central Prefecture's king to attack the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Moreover, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands don't want to clash with the Central Prefecture's king. So, although they belong to the Central Prefecture in name, they are actually independent. Moreover, the Central Prefecture has also sent an all-creation old monster to guard the Central Prefecture. Su Yu had seen that old monster before. It was Hongwan. After listening to this, Su Yu had a general understanding of the 2 sides. Fine. Then, what order did the Central Prefecture's king give the Black Shadow Guards? Why did you come to the Jinlong continent? Since it's a barren land, which isn't even comparable to one of JoJo's cities. Why did you spend so much effort to come here? It's really puzzling. Su Yu's heart was filled with anticipation. This was the mystery that he wanted to know the most. The eighth Saint Master hesitated for a moment, but he didn't hesitate for long. He then solemnly said, "We are actually looking for a person." "Who?" Su Yu was quite surprised. He couldn't believe that they had come here just to look for a single person. What kind of person could make them so solemn? Su Yu couldn't understand. The eighth Saint Master wore a solemn expression as he said, "This person was once a peerless expert in the Central Prefecture's continent. He stood at the apex of JoJo, and his fighting prowess was peerless. He was only a step away from ascending to the throne and becoming the JoJo Emperor." Su Yu was shocked. JoJo Emperor? What a great name! The Jinlong continent was just one of JoJo's cities, so he couldn't help but wonder how vast JoJo was. The JoJo Emperor was actually in the Jinlong continent. Such an earth-shattering secret shocked Su Yu. Who is he? Such a terrifying person actually existed in the Jinlong continent. Wouldn't he be able to destroy the entire Jinlong continent with just a thought? The eighth Saint Master's eyes flickered as he slowly shook his head. "I don't know who he is either. However, what I do know is that he must be somewhere in the Jinlong continent, as his guards still exist." He then added, "With your cultivation, you must have a high status in the Jinlong continent. You should have already seen some of his guards. Even if you haven't seen the rest, you should have at least heard of them." The JoJo Emperor's 5 guards? Su Yu's heart trembled once again. The JoJo Emperor was originally the Central Prefecture's king, but he was only one of JoJo's kings. It was only after his cultivation reached the apex that he was given the opportunity to be crowned emperor. However, before he ascended to the throne, he was ambushed and his soul was almost destroyed. Under the protection of his 5 guards, his remnant soul escaped to the Jinlong continent. He took advantage of the Jinlong continent's isolation from JoJo to survive until now. Su Yu's eyes flickered. The person who ambushed the JoJo Emperor was the current Central Prefecture's king, right? For some unknown reason, Su Yu suddenly thought of Yun Yazi. Could the JoJo Emperor be Yun Yazi? Remnant soul, betrayal, peerless expert. If it wasn't Yun Yazi, who else could it be? That's right. It was the current Central Prefecture's king, my master. The eighth Saint Master was embarrassed. This matter has also been spread in JoJo, but no one dared to question the Central Prefecture's king due to the lack of concrete evidence. Su Yu's eyes flickered. "Tell me, what happened in the past?" The JoJo Emperor's profound strength was unparalleled. So how could an ordinary plot deal with him? The eighth Saint Master nodded. "You are wise. The Central Prefecture's king really didn't use an ordinary plot, but the Ghost Clan's great emperor." He then added, "It was the Central Prefecture's king who colluded with the Ghost Clan's great emperor and ambushed the JoJo Emperor." The Ghost Clan's great emperor? Su Yu's heart trembled. He had heard of this person's name before. It was rumored that he had once led the Ghost Clan to engulf the JoJo continent, slaughtering almost everyone in the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands. The Ghost Clan's great emperor relied on several underworld pearls to become invincible, and the JoJo continent fell into a crisis. Afterwards, he mysteriously returned to the Ghost Realm, and the JoJo continent's people were saved.